In a faraway land of Asia Minor, there existed a city that gleamed with the name of Troy. The grandeur and opulence of this great city overshadowed all its surrounding neighbors. It boasted splendid walls crafted by divine hands. In a time not so long ago, a kingdom blossomed with remarkable speed. Whispers floated through the air, suggesting that the city might rise to heights surpassing even the fabled Atlantis. Yet the weavers of destiny understood that the sole connection binding Troy and Atlantis was the sorrowful end that awaited them both. In the grand city of Troy, Priam ruled with his beloved wife Hecuba by his side. He had welcomed his firstborn son, Hector, into the world, and now the queen carried another life within her. On the eve of the baby's arrival, the queen found herself ensnared in a haunting nightmare. In this vision, the city of Troy was engulfed in a fierce blaze. In a quest for clarity, the king sought the wisdom of the oracle, hoping to unravel the mysteries woven within his dream. The oracle's response was filled with urgency and despair. Whispers echoed through the town, foretelling that the arrival of the second child would spell doom for Troy. On that fateful day, Hecuba welcomed her child into the world. Once upon a time, a robust and vibrant baby boy entered the world. Yet Priam yearned to escape the clutches of that dreadful prophecy. To protect his realm, the innocent child was destined for sacrifice. Hecuba, a mother filled with love and desperation, sought to shield her beloved son Alexander, yet found herself powerless against the unyielding force of the king's decree. The infant was entrusted to the shepherd Agilus, who had been tasked with the grim duty of ending the child's life. In a time long past, a shepherd cradled a precious baby and ventured into the enchanting forest that lay at the base of the majestic Mount Ida. Yet upon his arrival, he found himself lacking the bravery to fulfill the mission at hand. He placed the infant upon the earth, leaving him to face whatever destiny awaited. Days passed, yet the shepherd found himself haunted by the vivid image of the baby lingering in the corners of his thoughts. He chose to journey back to the spot where he had left him behind. Remarkably, the infant thrived, nurtured by a she-bear's embrace. The shepherd understood that the fate of the young prince of Troy was not destined for an early conclusion, for such was the decree of the divine. Agilus embraced the child, nurturing him as if he were his own son. In a quaint little world, a baby named Paris came into being, growing alongside Agilus's other sons, weaving a tale of childhood and camaraderie. Paris emerged as a figure of striking beauty, endowed with remarkable physical strength. In the footsteps of his adoptive father, he embraced the life of a shepherd. He lived a serene and pastoral existence in the heart of the countryside. He was bound to the enchanting nymph Oenone, who vowed him everlasting love. His journey appeared misaligned with the foretold fate. Little did he realize a decision loomed ahead, one that would ripple through the lives of all those in his orbit. In the gentle embrace of the countryside, young Paris, a shepherd of tender years, caught sight of one of his spirited rams wandering off, drawn towards the mysterious allure of a cave. He ventured into the cave, driven by the quest to find the lost ram. Yet, within the depths of the cave, Paris stumbled upon something truly astonishing. Once upon a time, there existed 3 women whose beauty seemed to be touched by the heavens themselves. The shepherd felt certain that they could only be divine beings. Unbeknownst to the young man, He stood on the brink of a choice that would alter the course of history for all time. On that very day, the enchanting Nereid Thetis united in marriage with the valiant hero Peleus. Every divine being received an invitation to the grand celebration of union. In a grand and vibrant feast, the deities indulged in their desires. Yet there was one goddess who received no invitation. Eris, the divine embodiment of strife and chaos. In a blaze of fury, she resolved to seek her vengeance. At the grand banquet table, Athena, the embodiment of wisdom, Aphrodite, the essence of love, and Hera, the regal queen of the gods, engaged in a delightful conversation, their voices weaving a tapestry of camaraderie. As the goddess of discord soared gracefully above the lavish banquet table, she let a stunning golden apple fall, landing perfectly between the gathered goddesses. Upon the exquisite bloom lay the words, "To the most beautiful." This apple would earn its place in the tale as the apple of discord. In a fierce contest, the three divine beings clashed over the coveted apple. In the grand tapestry of divine beauty, each one believed herself to be the fairest of them all. With a thunderous roar, Zeus quelled the quarrel among the goddesses. He proclaimed that such an attitude was unworthy of the esteemed divinities. Zeus pondered a clever solution to break the standoff. He selected a neutral arbiter to determine which of the goddesses was the fairest of them all. The fateful apple of discord found its way to Hermes, the one destined to guide the goddesses to their appointed judge. Among all the men across the land, it was the young shepherd Paris who was selected to resolve the contention. He lacked the wisdom often sought, and he was not a master of the intricate tapestry that is justice. Yet the Mori, those weavers of fate, had crafted this destiny for him. Upon discovering his mission, the goddesses were presented to the shepherd. In the grand tapestry of mythology, I am Hera, the esteemed consort of Zeus. Select me as the fairest, and I shall transform you into the wealthiest ruler across all of Asia, bestowing upon you a palace more magnificent than Olympus itself. I am Athena, the divine embodiment of both strategy and insight. Select me, and you shall rise to become the most legendary general of all time. Rather than guiding herds, you shall command legions and earn the title of a formidable conqueror. Behold, I am Aphrodite, the divine embodiment of beauty and love. The titles bestowed upon me would undoubtedly secure my place as the fairest of them all. Select me, and I shall bestow upon you the affection of the most enchanting woman in existence. Aphrodite unveiled before him the enchanting visage of the lovely Princess Helen of Sparta. The essence of Paris was captivated by an overwhelming longing for a woman whose beauty was so extraordinary it could only be likened to that of the goddess of beauty herself. In that moment, the young Paris bestowed the golden apple upon Aphrodite. The goddess of beauty reveled in her triumph, yet the shadows of bitterness lingered in the hearts of the two goddesses who had not succeeded. In a realm where divine beings wielded immense power, the goddesses Athena and Hera forged a pact, their hearts ignited by the flames of vengeance. The Trojan prince Paris, in his fateful decision, had set in motion a chain of events that would lead to dire consequences for the proud city of Troy. In the vibrant city of Sparta, a grand celebration unfolded, marking the triumphant return of the beloved Princess Helen. Once taken by the daring hero Theseus, she was heroically rescued by her valiant twin brothers Castor and Pollux, bringing joy and relief to the hearts of the people. In a land of splendor, there lived a princess named Helen, whose beauty captivated the hearts of many. Her quest for a suitor was a tale that echoed through the realms, for she was the most sought-after maiden in all of Greece. As the whispers of her beauty spread far and wide, the time had come for the enchanting Helen to step into the realm of marriage, drawing forth a throng of eager suitors to the grand city of Sparta. In the grand halls of Sparta, King Tyndareus found himself in a perplexing dilemma, for the heart of his beloved daughter was sought by many suitors, each one a potential source of discord among the others. He found himself standing at a pivotal junction. Among the nobles stood Odysseus, the king of the island of Ithaca, renowned for his cleverness and wise intellect. Though he bore the lineage of Laertes, a valiant Argonaut, whispers floated through the ages, suggesting a different tale, that he was in truth the offspring of Sisyphus, the cunning soul who outwitted both gods and the very essence of death itself. Odysseus found no allure in Helen. He understood that a woman of such beauty would surely lead him into chaos, yet his heart was already entwined with Penelope. Though she lacked the beauty of Helen, her intelligence shone far brighter. With cunning grace, the astute nobleman drew near to the king, presenting a carefully crafted proposal. He implored the king to sway his brother Icarius, urging him to grant Penelope's hand in marriage. In taking this step, he would aid the king in navigating that challenging predicament. Tyndareus, recognizing the renowned cleverness of Odysseus, eagerly embraced the suggestion, and Odysseus shared the necessary steps the king would need to undertake. Upon hearing Odysseus's scheme, Helen's father addressed the assembly. With a grave demeanor, the king declared his intention to respect the divine will, refusing to intervene. Thus, he would grant Princess Helen the freedom to select her own husband. The suitors erupted in joyous celebration. Those who believed their chances of being selected by the king were slim discovered a fresh glimmer of hope on the horizon. Yet the king insisted that all must pledge to honor Helen's choice, vowing to uphold the sanctity of that union, even should it plunge them into conflict. In a grand assembly, all the suitors gathered their hearts united in acceptance of the Spartan king's proposal. They took the solemn oath, a bond sealed with the sacrifice of a noble horse, a testament to their commitment. Helen had the freedom to select her partner for life. With a discerning eye, she took in each individual, weighing their essence and presence. In their midst stood the mightiest of warriors, the noble kings and the esteemed nobles of Greece. In a realm where destinies intertwine, there stood Agamemnon, the formidable king of Mycenae, bound in marriage to Clytemnestra, her sister. Yet fate took a turn when she laid eyes upon the striking Prince Menelaus, whose mere presence sent tremors through her very being. All unfolded just as Odysseus and the king had envisioned. The ruler of Ithaca held a firm belief that Helen would select Menelaus, for he was undeniably the most charming among them. Odysseus, aware of the young princess's innocent disposition, understood that her choice would likely fall upon the most handsome suitor. Yet the shrewd ruler of Ithaca possessed a far more calculated perspective in permitting Helen to select her suitor. Menelaus was a nobleman of remarkable distinction. He was the sibling of Agamemnon, the mightiest ruler in all of Greece. Thus, the other suitors would be deterred from vying for Helen's affection, wary of invoking the ire of Agamemnon's formidable sibling. True to his word, Icarius, the father of Penelope, entrusted his daughter to the hero. In this way, Odysseus skillfully triumphed over one of Greece's most cherished treasures. In a tale of fate and legacy, Helen and Menelaus united in marriage, and upon the passing of Tyndareus, they ascended to the throne of Sparta, embracing their newfound destiny. For many seasons, the couple thrived in a gentle embrace of harmony, and from this cherished bond, Princess Hermione graced the world with her presence. Yet a tempest was destined to rattle the very foundations of Sparta. In the grand tapestry of Troy's history, King Priam stood as a figure of immense lineage, fathering over 50 children who would weave their own tales into the fabric of legend. In their midst stood the twins, Cassandra and Helenus. In the tender days of their youth, their father made a fateful choice, determining that they would dedicate their lives to the service of the temple of Apollo. Once upon a time, in the days of their childhood, they found themselves lost in the enchanting embrace of Apollo's temple, completely unaware of the passage of time as they played and laughed, forgetting the call of home. As the night grew darker, they chose to rest within the sacred walls of the temple. In the stillness of the night, a serpent dispatched by Apollo himself gently licked the ears of the young ones, bestowing upon them the extraordinary gift of prophecy. In her youth, Cassandra blossomed into a stunning woman, captivating the very essence of the god Apollo. The divine being professed his affection for the youthful maiden, yet she turned him away. Apollo skillfully masked his fury at her refusal and implored her for just a single kiss. As the young woman leaned in her lips, nearly brushing against the divine, the god unleashed a torrent of disdain, spitting into her mouth and casting a dark curse upon her. Cassandra retained her gift of foresight, yet the ability to sway others had slipped through her fingers. Thus her prophecies fell into the shadows of doubt, and belief in her words faded away. Cassandra was perceived and regarded as mad. Had the unfortunate Cassandra not turned away from the mighty Apollo, the impending bloodshed might have been averted. In the grand city of Troy, the air buzzed with excitement as the townsfolk busily prepared for the much-anticipated annual festival, a celebration dedicated to the beloved Prince Alexander, whose fate was shrouded in the sorrowful belief that he had perished. In a quest for glory, the valiant soldiers of the royalty journeyed to the majestic Mount Ida, seeking treasures to bestow upon the champions of the festival games. The guards selected the beloved bull of the shepherd Paris as a tribute for the games, yet he was reluctant to part with the creature he cherished so deeply. Thus he journeyed to Troy, eager to join the tournament and reclaim his prized bull. Oenone, the enchanting nymph who dwelled alongside Paris, embraced a life that mirrored that of a devoted wife, and in her heart she held the gift of prophecy. Should he embark for Troy, the embrace of her arms would be lost to him forever, as he would traverse the Aegean Sea and discover another who might capture his heart. And when he at last chose to pursue Oenone once more, the moment would have slipped away forever out of reach. The young shepherd, unaccustomed to the likes of a city such as Troy, stood in awe of its magnificent beauty and impressive stature. He entered the arena, ready to clash with the finest champions of Troy. Among them stood the noble sons of King Priam, with Hector, the esteemed crown prince, leading the way. The bold shepherd triumphed over every challenger in the tournament, even besting some of King Priam's own sons. In the grand finale of the tournament, Paris stood poised to confront Hector, the valiant warrior of Troy, whose courage was unmatched. In a clash that echoed through the ages, the lost son of Priam faced off against the valiant heir and champion of Troy. The battle was fierce and fraught with tension, yet in a twist of fate, Paris emerged victorious over the formidable Hector. Deiphobos, a son of King Priam, seethed with rage as he witnessed a mere shepherd bring shame upon the noble lineage of Troy. With a fierce determination, he and his loyal companions brandished their weapons and launched an assault on the city of Paris. The shepherd, in a moment of desperation, sought refuge within the sacred walls of Zeus's temple. Cassandra, the once revered seer who had discerned her brother's fate and understood the doom he would bring upon Troy, implored them to end Paris's life. Yet, in a moment of tragic folly, King Priam and Queen Hecuba turned a deaf ear to Cassandra's desperate pleas, urging the hunters of Paris to keep their distance. With a heavy heart, the queen made her way to Paris, and as tears streamed down her face, she realized that the boy before her was her son, whom she had believed lost to the shadows of the past. Agilus, the nurturing figure of Paris, revealed his deep-seated fear of taking the young prince's life when he was merely an infant, acknowledging that the fates would have woven a different tale for him. Agilus unveiled the rattle crafted by Hecuba for her infant, and in that moment, all uncertainties regarding the prince's true identity vanished into thin air. With tears of joy streaming down their faces, the parents of Paris held their reborn son close, while the air was filled with the sounds of celebration for the triumphant return of the Trojan prince. 10 years had passed since Paris reclaimed his title as the Prince of Troy. In a moment of unexpected arrival, a grand entourage from Sparta made its way to the shores near Troy. In the heart of the ancient world, Menelaus, the noble king of Sparta, stood at the forefront of a valiant Greek entourage. With a heavy heart, they sought the sacred permission to reclaim the remains of their fallen warriors who lay in solemn repose, remnants of the fierce conflict that had raged between the Achaeans and the Trojans. In the grand tapestry of Trojan tradition, it was Paris who took on the noble role of welcoming the visitors, embodying the spirit of hospitality. With hearts full of joy, the Greeks basked in the warmth of their reception. Before departing, Menelaus expressed his desire to honor the prince's gracious hospitality and extended an invitation for him to come to Sparta. In the heart of Troy, King Priam felt the weight of sorrow as he longed for his sister Hesione, taken from him by the Greeks during Hercules' fierce assault on their beloved city. In a moment of resolve, the king summoned his bravest warriors to embark on a noble quest to Greece, where his beloved sister awaited rescue in the storied land of Salamis. The sovereign granted permission for every essential method to be employed in the pursuit of his quest. The expedition was entrusted to Prince Paris, who would be accompanied by Aeneas, the noble prince of Dardanus. Guided by the divine touch of Aphrodite, the winds swept the Trojan ships onward, steering them toward the shores of Sparta. Paris seized the opportunity presented by Menelaus's invitation to strengthen his ties with Sparta and bolster his forces before embarking on his journey to Salamis, where the sister of the king of Troy awaited. King Menelaus, filled with delight, extended a warm welcome to the Trojans, eager to showcase the finest traditions of Greek hospitality. Menelaus, filled with pride for his stunning wife, commanded her to don her finest garments for the grand presentation before the Trojan guests. In a moment of wonder, Paris stumbled upon the enchanting Queen Helen. She was destined to be the one whom Aphrodite had vowed to cherish with love. The unsuspecting queen remained blissfully unaware that Eros, under the command of Aphrodite, was watching her closely with his bow in hand. Helen found herself captivated by the allure and grace of the prince from Asia. He possessed a beauty that surpassed all the Greeks she had ever encountered. Menelaus, the Greek king, renowned for his striking good looks, found his beauty overshadowed by Paris, whose allure seemed almost otherworldly. In a twist of fate, the queen found her heart struck by the sharp arrow of Eros, igniting an unexpected passion within her for the Trojan prince. In the days that followed, the air was filled with the sounds of laughter and merriment as the king of Sparta hosted grand feasts and lavish banquets to celebrate his esteemed Trojan guests. In a hidden realm where shadows danced and secrets whispered, a flickering flame kindled the souls of the Trojan prince and the queen of Sparta. Yet, as if destiny had already penned the tale, a whisper from the island of Crete brought forth the realization of Aphrodite's vow. With the passing of Catreus, the esteemed king of Crete and grandfather to Menelaus, the young ruler set forth to attend the solemn funeral. In his absence, he entrusted his guest to the capable hands of the queen, who would gracefully assume the throne in his stead. Once, the king of Sparta departed Paris, and Helen unleashed all the pent-up desire that had long been hidden away. The forbidden lovers were engulfed in a fervent frenzy. In a tale woven with passion and intrigue, the Prince of Troy and the Queen of Sparta made the fateful choice to embark on a journey together to the city of Troy. In a final act of betrayal, Paris would defy the generosity shown by Menelaus. He summoned his loyal band to embark on a daring quest to seize the riches of Sparta's treasury. In a moment of unexpected turmoil, the palace's modest defensive line found themselves caught off guard, powerless to shield their king's precious treasures. In a dramatic turn of events, the brave warriors of Sparta rose up against the Trojans, determined to thwart the daring escape of Paris, who sought to abduct their beloved queen. With stones and arrows raining down upon them, the couple, shielded by the valiant Trojan guard, bravely embarked on their journey, escaping the chaos unscathed. From the shores of Sparta, the Trojan squadron set sail its deck, laden with a magnificent bounty of gold, silver, and precious jewels. The pair of lovers appeared content, convinced they were embarking on a journey toward bliss. Yet the path, forged by the lovers, was pursued by Ares, the formidable god of war, accompanied by his dark and ominous entourage. In the heart of Troy, the arrival of Paris and Helen would herald a tempest of war, a cascade of death, and an overwhelming tide of despair. Helen's abduction would ignite a saga, a tale of conflict that would echo through the ages, celebrated in song for generations yet to come. Once upon a time, the fateful war of Troy was on the horizon, ready to unfold its epic tale. In the ancient world, Queen Helen of Sparta and the Trojan prince Paris arrived on the shores of Crane, a picturesque island nestled close to the Peloponnese coast. They were intoxicated by a fervor ignited by the god of love, yearning to bring that sensation into the tangible world. On the enchanting shores of Crane, Paris and Helen shared their inaugural night of passion. In the midst of it all, the other Trojans reveled in the spoils taken from Menelaus, their laughter echoing through the air as they celebrated their cunning triumph. Yet the tidings swiftly traveled to Crete, where Menelaus and his brother Agamemnon lingered in sorrow over the remains of their grandfather. Menelaus was consumed by a raging fire within a relentless desire for retribution driving him forward. Agamemnon sought to soothe his brother, promising to do all within his power to uphold the solemn vow made by the Greek nobles. When Helen selected Menelaus, as her husband. In the magnificent city of Mycenae, Greece, a throng of warlords passed through the fabled Lion Gate, ready to honor their solemn oath. Before Agamemnon and Menelaus, they summoned their brave warriors to stand ready. The motives of these nobles were as diverse as the colors of a vibrant tapestry. Some were driven by a sense of honor, while others sought to gain from the riches of the besieged city of Troy, and still others, above all, yearned for the sweet taste of glory. A colossal force was assembled, united by a singular purpose to save the Spartan queen from her dire fate. Yet the venerable Nestor stood as a seasoned monarch, having embarked on a multitude of diverse quests throughout his storied life. He understood that their journey to Troy could not commence without enlisting the clever King Odysseus of Ithaca. In the humble realm of Ithaca, where riches were scarce and the valor of its soldiers went largely unnoticed, a tale began to unfold. Yet the king was renowned for his cleverness, a quality that could prove pivotal in the Greek campaign against Troy. Odysseus embarked on a remarkable journey alongside his enchanting wife Penelope, and together they welcomed a son, Telemachus, into their world. As the whispers of the Greek king's assembly reached Odysseus, a sense of inevitability washed over him. He understood that it was only a matter of time before he would be called to join the fray against Troy. The ruler of Ithaca felt no urge to abandon his realm and loved ones for a journey shrouded in uncertainty. Thus he resolved to seek the wisdom of the oracle. Had he been assured of a swift war and a safe return, he would have eagerly joined the mission. Yet should the prophecy dictate a different fate, Odysseus would surely weave a cunning escape. Halitherses, the venerable seer, foretold that if Odysseus set sail for Troy, he would not find his way back until 2 decades had passed. In that time, he would find himself alone, his companions lost to the winds of fate, and he would become a shadow, unrecognized by those who once knew him. Confronted by this portent, Odysseus resolved to take every measure to avert his journey to Troy. Odysseus feigned madness. Whispers of the king of Ithaca's madness traveled like wildfire across the land of Hellas. The tidings found their way to the kings assembled around Agamemnon, casting a shadow of sorrow upon them. Yet Palamedes, the sovereign of Euboea, whose intellect rivaled that of Odysseus, harbored a sense of doubt. Palamedes, Menelaus, and Agamemnon set forth on a journey to Ithaca, eager to uncover the fate of Odysseus. Upon their arrival, they were welcomed by the enchanting Penelope, cradling her son, Telemachus, in her arms. Her heart bore the weight of her husband's plight, casting a shadow over her spirit. Odysseus toiled in the fields, guiding a plow drawn by an ox and a donkey, a pairing that was quite rare. Moreover, he scattered salt across the land. Menelaus and Agamemnon discovered that Odysseus had slipped into a haze of confusion. Yet even in the face of that bizarre tableau, Palamedes remained unconvinced. He gently lifted the hero's son from his mother's embrace and set him upon the very path where Odysseus strode with his plow. In a sudden halt, the king of Ithaca brought the animals to a standstill, narrowly avoiding a tragic fate for his son, revealing that his madness was but a clever ruse. With a fierce glare, Odysseus fixed his gaze upon Palamedes as he handed his son back to his mother, a storm of emotions brewing within him. Odysseus urged his fellow countrymen to set aside that chapter, for their destiny lay in Troy. With a fierce determination, he pledged to confront the Trojans, standing shoulder to shoulder with the 2 sons of Atreus, ready to unleash his unmatched bravery. Odysseus embarked on his journey to war, parting from his cherished wife and young son. Odysseus would carry the weight of resentment towards Palamedes for revealing his true self. At the first chance that arose, he would seek to settle the score with the king of Euboea for endangering his son and forcing the patriarch to part from his loved ones. In the midst of it all, Odysseus embarked on his inaugural quest, tasked with uncovering the location of the illustrious son of Peleus, once known as Achilles. Achilles had just begun to step into the world of adulthood, yet in spite of his tender years, he had already earned the title of the finest warrior among the Greeks. In the ancient realm of Thessaly, there lived a noble figure, Achilles, born to King Peleus and the enchanting sea goddess Thetis. Once a tale whispered of his unyielding strength, a legend that spoke of his invulnerability. In his infancy, his mother gently submerged him in the hallowed waters of the Styx. Through this sacred rite, he would find himself under the watchful gaze of the divine. His sole vulnerability lay in his heel, which remained untouched by the waters of the sacred river. In the days of old, Achilles blossomed into a formidable figure alongside his loyal companion, Patroclus. Under the wise tutelage of Chiron, the legendary centaur known for shaping heroes, they embarked on a journey to forge Achilles into the mightiest warrior of his era. The Greeks were well prepared for battle, yet King Agamemnon understood that the Hellenes would not embark on their journey to Troy without their most legendary champion by their side. In a time of great uncertainty, the seer Colchis foretold that the absence of Achilles from the ranks of the Achaeans would render their quest for victory at Troy utterly futile. Upon hearing the prophecy, Odysseus embarked on a quest to find Achilles. The valiant hero of Ithaca yearned deeply for the triumph of this journey, longing to return unharmed to his cherished homeland, where he would once more embrace his beloved Penelope and his dear son Telemachus. Tethys was aware of the foretelling that spoke of her son's fate, that should he engage in battle at Troy, he would not come back to her alive. With the strength of her lineage, she commanded Achilles to take refuge in the court of King Lycomedes. In that realm, he donned the attire of a woman, blending seamlessly with the myriad daughters of the king, and took on the name Pyrrha. In this grand court resided the enchanting princess Didymia, beloved of Achilles, and together they cherished the joy of their 4-year-old son. Once upon a time, there was a young man known as Neoptolemus, who was affectionately called Pyrrhus. In pursuit of elusive clues, Odysseus found his way to the grand palace of King Lycomedes. There, he was welcomed with open arms and treated to the finest hospitality as the king introduced him to his numerous daughters, each one a tale waiting to be told. Among them stood Achilles, cloaked in a veil of secrecy. In the realm of Ithaca, the king journeyed forth bearing treasures meant for the daughters of Lycomedes. Upon the table, he arranged an exquisite collection, shimmering jewelry, ancient Egyptian makeup, fragrant perfumes, polished mirrors, luxurious silk, and a gleaming sword. The girls buzzed with excitement as they laid eyes on the gifts before them. As they explored the treasures before them, Odysseus caught sight of one who seemed entranced. Her gaze locked onto the gleaming sword. In a moment of chaos, one of Odysseus's men burst into the palace, his voice echoing with urgency as he proclaimed that pirates were upon them. The girls let out piercing shrieks, dashing towards their rooms in a flurry of panic. Yet, with a swift motion, Achilles seized his sword, embodying the spirit of a warrior as he took his stance for battle. In the vast expanse of the sea, the tales of swashbuckling rogues were but whispers in the wind, for there were no pirates to be found. In a clever twist of fate, it was all a scheme orchestrated by Odysseus, leading to the revelation of the cross-dressing hero's true identity. With a sense of shame for having been revealed, Achilles felt a surge of satisfaction as he received the call to join the other Greek heroes on their journey to Troy. He had stayed concealed solely through the intervention of his celestial mother. With a heavy heart, Achilles took his leave of the fair princess Deidomia and his beloved son, Pyrrhus. In a world filled with promise, this young lad was fated to reach heights of greatness that would rival the legendary feats of his father. With a solemn vow, Achilles assured Odysseus that he would rally his warriors and stand alongside Agamemnon's forces, seeking the glory that awaited them before the mighty walls of Troy. As Agamemnon orchestrated the final touches before his colossal army set forth to Troy, he resolved to dispatch an embassy to the court of King Priam, embarking on a mission steeped in diplomacy. Among the Greek delegation were the clever Odysseus from Ithaca, the resourceful Palamedes hailing from Euboea, and the formidable Menelaus, the king of Sparta. The unexpected entrance of the Hellenic entourage took the Trojan court by surprise. Up until that fateful moment, the whispers of Helen's abduction had yet to echo through the walls of Troy. In a time of great turmoil, the valiant Greek heroes sought an audience with the venerable King Priam, driven by the need to address the grievous transgressions of their prince. In the grand halls of his palace, Priam welcomed the emissaries, his heart filled with the hope that they would plead for the salvation of Princess Hesione. Ultimately, that was the very essence of the mission set forth in Paris. In the grand tapestry of ancient tales, Odysseus stood as a master of cunning and strategy. Yet it was Palamedes who commanded the respect of the group, guiding them through their adventures. Palamedes was renowned for his eloquence and possessed a silver tongue that captivated all who listened. His mastery of language was such that he crafted numerous letters of the Greek alphabet. With a flourish, the leader of the entourage laid bare his tale before the king of Troy, revealing the grave transgression against the sacred bond of hospitality wrought by Paris, who had audaciously taken his host's wife and pilfered his riches. With a commanding presence, Palamedes called upon the king of Troy to honorably restore the queen of Sparta to her rightful husband. He issued a stern warning, declaring that should King Agamemnon's requests go unheeded, the conflict would inevitably spill into Trojan lands. In that fateful moment, the sons of Priam grasped their swords, their hearts ignited by the sting of the Greek threat. Yet Priam commanded the princes to sheathe their swords, for the Greek nobles were merely the envoys of King Agamemnon. King Priam professed ignorance of his son's deeds, asserting that the Greek queen was not concealed within his court. The king proclaimed that the Greeks lacked the virtues to uphold such requests. Once upon a time, in a tale not so distant, Hercules embarked on a daring adventure, seizing the beautiful princess Hesione of Troy and whisking her away to the lands of Greece. Priam proclaimed that he would hand back Helen to the Greeks, provided they would return his sister, a figure he had long yearned to see again. Palamedes declared with conviction that the mighty king Agamemnon's terms stood firm and unyielding. In the serene land of Salamis, Hesione finds joy as she shares her reign with her husband. With a heavy heart, she sends her cherished son Teucros off to join the mighty Hellenic army destined to reduce the proud walls of Troy to mere dust. In a moment of measured composure, Priam expressed that under the circumstances, Queen Helen of Sparta would indeed be welcomed back to her homeland should she choose to present herself at court, for that was her heartfelt desire. Had it been different, she would have found refuge and safety in Troy. Odysseus came to understand that Palamedes was merely fueling the hostility that simmered between the two factions. The ruler of Ithaca sought to ease the strain woven through the words of Palamedes and Priam. As he stepped into Troy, a profound realization washed over him. The city stood as a true fortress. Its walls, crafted by the hands of Apollo and Poseidon, seemed nearly impossible to breach. The tale of a siege upon that city would stretch the conflict into an endless saga, echoing through the ages. Thus, Odysseus endeavored to persuade Palamedes and Priam to reach a fair understanding. Yet the Trojan king found his pride pierced by the menacing words of Palamedes, who planted the seeds of doubt deep within Priam's heart. The endeavor of diplomacy met with disappointment. As the shadows of war loomed ever closer, the animosity within Odysseus toward Palamedes deepened. His rival let slip the chance to foster harmony between the two peoples. In the land of Greece, a gathering of kings convened at Aulis, where the mighty army was taking shape. In that fateful gathering, the kings assembled bound by the solemn oath forged among the noble hearts, pledging their unwavering support for the sacred union of Menelaus and the enchanting Helen of Sparta. Thus, in a pledge of honor, the nobles dispatched their finest ships and bravest warriors, uniting to create an army of unparalleled might in the annals of the Greek world. The Hellenes longed for the favor of Nemesis, and the Erinyes, as they embarked on their quest for vengeance and justice, stirred by the affront to Paris, the Trojan prince, who had defied the sacred laws of Zeus by abducting the enchanting Queen Helen. All the resources and supplies necessary to advance the quest against the Trojans were assembled, and attempts at diplomacy to avert a grand clash had come to naught. The winds of conflict were stirring, and the drums of war were beginning to echo in the distance. The command echoed through the ranks, urging every commander and soldier to ready themselves for the journey ahead. Once the winds whispered their approval, the formidable army would embark on its journey to Asia. Though all the armies had gathered, a profound stillness enveloped the shores of Aulis. The breeze that heralded the journey came to a halt. A whisper of wind offered no solace to the endeavors of the Achaeans. Days drifted by, still and silent, untouched by the breath of the wind. The soldiers, weary from their prolonged wait, felt the stirrings of impatience within them. The makeshift camps were never intended for an extended sojourn. As the shadows of supply shortages and the relentless spread of disease loomed over the battlefield, the spirits of the brave fighters began to wane. Some soldiers met their end in obscurity, never having laid eyes upon the shores of Troy. A sense of unease permeated the air. It appeared as though the divine forces had turned their backs on the Greeks in their pursuits. Whispers of all sorts began to weave their way through the camp. In a bid to avert chaos from spiraling beyond their grasp, the nobles sought the counsel of a renowned seer. Once upon a time, there was a man named Calchas. The priest took on the esteemed role of the official seer for the Greek army. In those days, no army dared to march into battle without a visionary who could decipher the will of the divine. Through the graceful dance of birds in the sky and the careful study of the innards of sacred animals offered to the divine, these priests forged a connection with the gods, and so with the divine insight bestowed upon them by Apollo, these individuals could unveil the desires of the deities. The men encircled Calchas, their eyes filled with unease as he gazed upward, seeking a sign from the divine above. The seer's calm demeanor swiftly transformed into one of deep sorrow. The oracle spoke to the gathered souls, unveiling the desires of the divine. He conveyed that this serenity was more than merely a weather occurrence. The stillness of the air was a divine retribution from the goddess Artemis aimed at Agamemnon. In a fateful hunt, the king offspring of Atreus had slain a sacred deer dedicated to the revered goddess Artemis. And as if that were not enough, Agamemnon proclaimed that not even the goddess of the hunt could fell that beast with a strike so precise. With a sense of indignation, the goddess commanded the winds to cease their dance along the shores of Aeolus, awaiting the moment when the great king would find harmony with her once more. In order to achieve his goal, he faced the heart-wrenching decision to give up the one he cherished above all his beloved daughter, Iphigenia. Great sorrow enveloped all who listened to those foreboding signs, yet none would endure greater anguish than Agamemnon. The vast encampment of the Greek army lay shrouded in an eerie stillness. The dire prophecy, proclaimed by the seer Calchas, cast a shadow over all the Achaeans. To ask a man to part with his cherished daughter felt utterly unimaginable. Within the confines of his tent, the mighty ruler Agamemnon found himself engulfed in despair, burdened by the grim fate woven by the hands of fate's weavers. His deepest longing had always been to unite all the Greek nobles under his banner, striving towards a shared purpose. Yet he found himself unready to bear the staggering cost required to realize his dreams. In the grand halls of Mycenae, the king engaged in a heartfelt conversation with his brother Menelaus. He expressed his deep reluctance to offer up his cherished daughter as a sacrifice merely to reclaim his brother's wife, who had been taken by the enemy. He emphasized that his beloved wife, Clytemnestra, would never permit such a fate to befall one of their daughters. Menelaus, with a keen insight into his brother's suffering, revealed the deeper truths that eluded his sibling, shedding light on the shadows of his anguish. He spoke of the thousands of men, gathered each one a son to someone, and how that father entrusted his most cherished treasure to battle and sacrifice for the honor of the people. These venerable figures entrusted him with the mightiest generation of young warriors that Greece had ever seen, destined to pour out their sweat and blood in pursuit of their homeland's glory and pride. The mightiest figure in Greece shed tears like a young one as his brother endeavored to offer comfort. He understood that the only path forward was to fulfill the divine decree. Agamemnon, aware of his wife's likely disapproval, chose to weave a web of deception around her. In a heartfelt letter to the queen, Agamemnon summoned the beloved princess Iphigenia to the military camp, eager to honor her upcoming union with the illustrious hero Achilles. Menelaus and the other Greeks rejoiced at Agamemnon's bold choice. Yet Odysseus harbored doubts in his heart. As dusk settled, a messenger hurriedly left the tent of the paramount chief, oblivious to the keen eyes of Menelaus and Odysseus observing from the shadows. In a twist of fate, they caught the messenger who bore a crucial missive for the queen of Mycenae, instructing her to keep her daughter away from the shores of Aeolus. Not long after Iphigenia and Queen Clytemnestra made their way to the encampment of the Achaeans, they came to understand that the reception unfolded in a manner far removed from their expectations, evoking the somber atmosphere of a funeral. Agamemnon held his daughter close, his heart heavy as tears streamed down his face. In a moment that took her breath away, the princess found herself astonished, for she had never before witnessed the tears of her father. The queen reassured her, for he was overjoyed to bestow his cherished daughter upon another man. In a moment, Achilles strode past, and upon catching sight of him, the queen offered her heartfelt congratulations on his engagement. Yet Achilles appeared bewildered by the unfolding events, for he had not entered into any union. In a flash, Achilles discerned the cunning scheme woven by Agamemnon. The former had invoked the name of Achilles to entice his daughter into a tragic fate. With a heart full of indignation, he unveiled the entire truth to the queen. Clytemnestra knelt before Achilles, grasping his hand tightly as she implored him to protect her daughter from the looming treachery. With unwavering resolve, Achilles pledged to the queen that he would safeguard Iphigenia and her dignity, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. The queen hurried to Agamemnon's tent, where the priests awaited ready to orchestrate the sacred sacrifice. Clytemnestra wrapped her daughter in a warm embrace, shielding her from the storm that loomed ahead, and shared the secrets her father had meticulously crafted. The young princess found it hard to fathom that her father could ever commit such an act. Iphigenia pleaded with her father, her heart heavy with the weight of innocence, imploring him to spare her from the cruel fate of sacrifice, for she was untouched by the conflict that had brought them to this dire moment. Yet enveloped in deep sorrow, Agamemnon proclaimed that it was the decree of the gods, and before them, even the strongest of kings found himself utterly powerless. With a fierce determination, Achilles burst into the tent sword, gleaming in hand, declaring that the princess would remain untouched as long as he drew breath. He proclaimed that should they take his life, the entire expedition would be doomed, for it was foretold that the Greeks could only claim victory with him, standing valiantly upon the walls of Troy. The young princess appeared to be touched by the profound wisdom of the gods, prompting Achilles to lower his sword. She proclaimed her willingness to embrace sacrifice for the fate of all the Greek warriors and the sons of Greece who would spill their blood upon Trojan soil, rested upon this pivotal decision. She would offer her lifeblood for the sake of all the women of Greece. With a gentle grasp of Iphigenia's hands, Achilles spoke with heartfelt sincerity, declaring her to be the most virtuous woman he had ever encountered. He expressed that he would have held the greatest of honors had he been her husband, should that have been the desire of the gods. Iphigenia implored her mother to show mercy towards her father, for he was bound to follow the decree of the divine forces. The entire army stood in awe as the princess, with an air of regal defiance, ascended the stairs that led to the altar of sacrifice. Agamemnon, with a heavy heart, positioned the dagger around the neck of his daughter, who with serene composure extended her offering. With a heart full of reverence, she implored the goddess Artemis to embrace the ultimate offering for the sake of all Greece. With a heart-wrenching wail, the king brought his sword down upon the neck of his cherished daughter. Not long after, Agamemnon placed the lifeless form of Iphigenia upon the altar. A fierce wind swept across the shores of Troy as the multitude of warriors gathered on the beaches of Aeolus, honoring the valiant sacrifice of Princess Iphigenia with fervent celebration. Agamemnon, drenched in the blood of his beloved daughter, vowed that Troy would meet its doom, and from its ashes he would construct a grand monument to honor Iphigenia's sacrifice. With the sacrifice of Iphigenia behind them, the Greek armada stood poised, ready to embark on their fateful journey to Troy. Their vessels were laden with provisions, and the crew's spirits soared ready to embark on their grand adventure. Calchas completed the final offerings to the divine, seeking their favor for a journey free from peril. In an unexpected moment, the seer caught sight of a snake slithering along the branch of the tree overhead, inching closer to a nest cradling 8 tiny sparrowlings and their vigilant mother. In a dramatic turn of events, the serpent consumed every bird in sight, prompting Calchas to unveil the significance of this ominous sign to the Greeks. He proclaimed that the sons of Priam would meet their fates one after another. In time, the mighty city of Troy would fall overwhelmed by the valor of the sons of Hellas. In that fleeting moment, the warriors reveled in their triumph, blissfully unaware of the ominous words that lingered unspoken in the air. After 9 arduous years of relentless siege, the city would finally succumb in the 10th. Guided by the gentle caress of favorable winds, the mighty Greek armada set sail across the shimmering Aegean Sea, their sights firmly set on the fabled shores of Troy. From the sun-kissed shores of Aulis, over 1,200 mighty vessels embarked on a fateful journey, their holds brimming with fierce warriors. They sought retribution against the foes who had dared to abduct the beautiful Queen Helen of Sparta, igniting a legendary conflict that would echo through the ages. Agamemnon, the leader of the Greek forces, was driven by a thirst for vengeance, yet his heart also harbored the flames of avarice. He yearned for the treasures of conflict, seeking to elevate his wealth and dominion. Other champions, such as Achilles, sought to carve their legacy on the fields of battle, aspiring to etch their names among the constellations. Odysseus, driven by an unwavering desire, sought to return home swiftly, all while ensuring the honor of the kingdom of Ithaca and the well-being of his family. A multitude of brave warriors yearned for glory on the fabled Trojan battlefield. Among them stood the colossal Ajax of Salamis and the valiant Diomedes of Argos. In the annals of that era, another renowned warrior emerged, poised to leave an indelible mark on the unfolding conflict, Philoctetes. In a time of great trials, he stood as a loyal companion to Hercules, who in his moment of suffering bestowed upon him a splendid bow and arrows, each laced with the venom of the Hydra. Though fate had great plans for him, a tragic twist awaited the hero as he disembarked from the ship to gather supplies. In the midst of the verdant grass, a serpent unexpectedly slithered forth, striking Philoctetes' leg with a sudden ferocity. Whispers abound that the serpent was merely a pawn in Hera's grand design, a punishment for daring to forge a bond with Hercules, the very foe of the goddess herself. The hero, with the weight of agony upon him, was guided back to the boat by his loyal friends. A dark stain began to creep down his leg, a testament to the wound he bore. The agony was so intense that the unfortunate Philoctetes was unable to silence his cries of suffering. The foul stench emanating from the hero's wound, coupled with Philoctetes' relentless cries and moans, unsettled the sailors and warriors aboard the nearby vessels. Odysseus understood that if this predicament persisted, the Greeks would arrive at the shores of Troy with their spirits shattered, a calamity for the entire venture. Odysseus commanded that Philoctetes' vessel anchor at the shores of Lemnos, a place where the hero would step ashore. On the desolate beach, Philoctetes found himself abandoned by the men of Odysseus, accompanied only by his trusty bow, a quiver full of arrows, and a few meager supplies. The seasoned champion, armed with his extraordinary bow, would have played a crucial role in the epic confrontations that ensued. The Greeks found themselves filled with regret for having turned their backs on him. In a distant land, Prince Paris was making his long-awaited journey back to Troy, accompanied by the enchanting Helen, whose beauty captivated all. Though the beauty of the Spartan queen left them spellbound, the people viewed her with a critical eye, for they understood the burdens she bore, entwined with the sorrows of the god Ares and his dark entourage. The noble lords and princes of Troy were resolute in their desire to prevent Paris and his captured prize from taking residence within the grand royal palace. Yet upon laying eyes on the treasures pilfered from Sparta, destined to be shared among them, and the enchanting Greek women who accompanied Helen, potential concubines in their eyes, the nobles swiftly altered their course, embracing the prince with open arms. At the behest of the king, Queen Hecuba inquired of Helen whether she was coming to court of her own accord. With heartfelt conviction, Helen expressed her unwavering love for Prince Paris, revealing the peril she faced due to the intense animosity the Greeks harbored against her. Following that response, King Priam took measures to keep her safe, bestowing upon her the honor of Trojan citizenship. From that fateful day onward, she was forever etched in history as Helen of Troy. Behold, the mighty Greek fleet sailed forth, destined for the fabled shores of Troy. Countless Greek warriors yearned for the chance to bask in glory before the formidable city gates. On the sun-kissed sands, Hector, the noble Trojan prince, led the royal army with the weight of his father's legacy, King Priam, resting upon his shoulders. They sought to drive the Greeks back into the depths of the sea, yet they were ill-equipped to confront an army of such formidable magnitude. The vessels of the Achaeans had arrived upon the shore. In a moment, steeped in honor, the Greeks stood at the precipice of Trojan lands, their hearts heavy with hesitation. A chilling prophecy loomed over them, whispering that the first soul to tread upon those fateful grounds would also be the first to embark on a journey to the shadowy realm of Hades. In a moment of urgency, Odysseus understood that action was necessary. With determination, he cast his shield onto the sand and leaped onto it, ready for what lay ahead. Without setting foot on the Trojan sands, the king of Ithaca summoned his comrades to disembark and seize the beaches before Hector's forces could strengthen their ranks. Odysseus, with arrows whizzing past him from the Trojans, summoned his courage, inspiring the men to step ashore. Protesilaus, the son of the venerable king Iphicles, was the very first among the Greeks to tread upon the sands of Troy. With a heart full of valor, Protesilaus rallied his men, guiding them to triumph over the sandy shores. He pressed forward, overcoming numerous Trojan warriors that dared to block his path. Yet it was his immense courage that led him to confront the formidable Hector, the renowned champion of Troy. The two champions gauged their might, yet it was Protesilaus who would bring the prophecy to fruition. Hector met his tragic end, while Protesilaus became the first among the Greeks to fall upon the sacred ground of Troy. With a fierce determination, Achilles led his valiant Myrmidons into battle, striking at the left flank of the enemy army with unmatched ferocity. The might of the warriors born of Thetis instilled a deep fear in the hearts of the men of Troy. Yet it wasn't long before Achilles encountered his first formidable trial. In the realm of legends, there existed a warrior known as Cycnos, a formidable demigod born of the great Poseidon himself. Legends whispered of a being impervious to the bite of spear or sword, untouched by arrow or stone. He seemed almost untouchable. Achilles reveled in the thrill of facing an adversary worthy of his skills. With all his strength, the son of Peleus launched his spear toward Cycnos' chest. Yet the weapon merely ricocheted off the demigod's gleaming bronze breastplate, a magnificent gift from Hephaestus, the master of the forges. The son of the Sea Lord hurled his spear only for it to be met and thwarted by Achilles. The power behind the throw was so immense that it pierced straight through the shield. With a fierce determination, Achilles brandished his sword and charged toward the Trojan ally. Yet the adversary, undeterred, seized the blade with a grip of iron and retaliated with powerful headbutts, each strike echoing the clash of wills on the battlefield. The commander of the Myrmidons stood in disbelief as Cycnos approached, wielding his club with purpose. The offspring of Poseidon stood poised to deliver a crushing blow to the champion of the Achaeans. In a moment of keen awareness, Achilles foresaw the lethal strike and met it with a powerful thrust of his shield. Seizing the moment of confusion that enveloped his foe, the hero sprang onto his back, expertly locking in a stranglehold. The mighty Cycnos, now devoid of strength, knelt before the overwhelming force of Achilles' embrace. The demigod met his end, joining the ranks of those valiant warriors who have succumbed to the formidable Achilles. Hector, understanding the gravity of the situation as the horde of invaders surged forth, commanded his men to fall back and seek refuge behind the sturdy walls. In a moment of triumph, the Greeks revel in their first monumental victory over the Trojans. Ah, the tale of the Trojan beaches, where strategy wove its intricate web. The campaign unfolded with a deft hand, leading to a victory that came at a cost so minimal it seemed almost fated. A grand funeral pyre was constructed to pay tribute to Protesilaus, the valiant warrior who first stepped onto those shores for the Achaean army. He would stand as the first among countless souls to fall upon the battlefields, all in the pursuit of Greek honor. With the sands of Ilium now under Greek control, the triumph of the day before surged through the hearts of the Achaean warriors, igniting their hopes for a swift conquest of Troy. Within the confines of Agamemnon's tent, the principal leaders gathered, engaged in fervent discussion about launching a swift assault on the formidable walls of Troy, weighing the merits of this strategy with great deliberation. The moment was ripe, and the resolve of the Trojans appeared to waver. Agamemnon proclaimed with confidence that against the prophecies of the oracles, the great city of Troy would succumb swiftly, and their journey home would be a brief one. The warlords emerged from the tent, their resolve steeled to launch an assault on the Trojan citadel that very day. With a steady hand on the reins, Agamemnon led the colossal host forward, their sights set on the formidable walls of Troy. With steadfast resolve, they advanced, yet the true nature of the challenge ahead remained shrouded in mystery. In the ancient city of Troy, the walls that stood tall were no mere fortifications. It stood taller and stronger than any other stronghold known to man. This marvel of engineering seems beyond the grasp of mere mortals. The divine architects of this creation were none other than Apollo and Poseidon. In a twist that would surprise the Achaeans, the Trojan infantry remained steadfast behind their formidable wall, ready to confront the Greeks once more. High above the battleground, a multitude of archers stood vigilant, their arrows poised to rain down protection upon the brave souls fighting beneath them. With unwavering courage, the Greeks surged forward to face their foes as a deluge of arrows rained down upon them. In a valiant display of courage, the Trojans held their ground in a steadfast defensive formation, while the relentless rain of arrows from above steadily diminished the strength of the Greek army. In a moment of clarity, the Greek generals understood that a direct assault on the formidable city of Troy was beyond their reach. With heavy hearts, they commanded their troops to retreat, seeking a new path forward. In the wake of their initial triumph against the Greeks, the Trojan commander, Hector, and his warriors reveled in their hard-won glory, sending a clear message to their adversaries. They would stand resolute, ready to lay down their lives to protect their cherished homes and loved ones. With no means to assault the towering walls head-on, the Greeks chose a cunning strategy. They would encircle the city, tightening their grip until surrender was the option left for the inhabitants, who would face the slow, relentless march of hunger. Yet this approach did not unfold as triumphantly as one might have hoped. Troy stood as a grand city fortified by a network of allies in the region who generously provided the city with reinforcements and vital resources for its strategic endeavors. Thus, the Greek blockade proved to be ineffective. In the land of the Greeks, whispers began to circulate about a prophecy, one that held the power to alter the very course of the war. Hector, the valiant son of King Priam, consistently took the lead among his men, standing resolute at the front line, while his younger brother Troilus watched from behind. Once upon a time, there was a boy whose remarkable talents held the promise of a magnificent future. Once upon a time, there was a boy whose skill with the bow was unmatched. Upon the ramparts, he showcased his remarkable skill, striking down his foes with flawless precision. He was a masterful rider, galloping upon the swift Trojan steeds, unencumbered by saddle or reins. The brave young lad ventured forth from Troy, galloping into the vast countryside, undaunted by the foes lurking nearby. Once, a prophecy whispered through the winds of fate, declaring that upon reaching the age of 20, Troilus would rise to claim Hector's mantle and guide Troy to glorious triumph. To thwart the fulfillment of the ominous sign, the valiant Achilles stepped forward, ready to pursue the young man who posed a threat to the Greeks' noble endeavor. Troilus frequently led his steed to the shimmering waters of Apollo's fountain, a hallowed site that no Greek would ever think to defile, lest they invoke the wrath of the divine. Yet, as he made his way back to Troy, a shocking revelation awaited him. Veiled in secrecy, Achilles lay in wait, springing forth upon the boy as he made his way back. Troilus spun on his heels, seeking refuge at the spring, yet the swift-footed Achilles pursued him relentlessly. Had his steed not been so fleet, the chase would have surely ended in capture. As the boy approached the fountain, a sudden twist of fate struck, and Achilles' spear found its mark, piercing his chest. The merciless warrior lifted the young boy's lifeless form and placed it gently upon his horse, sending him forth on a fateful journey to Troy. As the lifeless form of the boy was revealed, a profound sorrow swept through the city, echoing the grief that would accompany the fall of the great hero Hector. One of the Trojans' hopes had quietly slipped away into the shadows. In the wake of the thwarted attack on Troy's formidable walls, the Greeks came to understand that a protracted siege would be essential to bring the proud Trojans to their knees. As the sun rose and set, time stretched endlessly, and a sense of monotony enveloped the Greek troops, caught in a perpetual state of anticipation. This discouragement has the potential to erode the soldier's spirit over time. In a time of valor and camaraderie, the clever Palamedes, revered by his fellow warriors, conjured the game of dice, allowing the brave men to find joy and diversion in their moments of respite. In a time of great strife, the Greeks set forth on daring military expeditions, intent on undermining the strength of Troy's neighboring allies. These allies, ever vigilant, frequently dispatched supplies and warriors to bolster the defenses of the proud city of Troy. The valiant Achaeans, embarking on these grand adventures, were driven by a fervent desire to seize the riches of these cities and to elevate their standing among the other chieftains. In the midst of the sun-kissed shores of Ilion, a dire situation unfolded as the provisions for the valiant troops dwindled perilously. Yet with the arrival of Palamedes and his fleet bearing grain oil and meat from Thrace, this dire predicament found resolution. The brave soldiers raised their voices in a chorus paying tribute to the legendary Palamedes. In the gaze of the ordinary folk, he stood as the singular nobleman who genuinely cared for the well-being of the common people. Agamemnon started to sense a looming threat from the rising stature of Palamedes. Odysseus, in that moment, felt a surge of discontent as he watched the man he despised most, the one who had ensnared him in the chaos of war, being hoisted aloft by the very people he had once fought alongside. Yet out of the shadows, whispers began to circulate, sowing seeds of uncertainty about Palamedes' allegiance to the Greek cause. Whispers of treachery surrounded Palamedes, their origins shrouded in mystery, leaving all to wonder how such accusations came to be. Driven by these doubts, a search for evidence was undertaken in Palamedes' tent. Agamemnon's men embarked on a quest to uncover proof of this alleged betrayal. Odysseus stumbled upon a small box nestled in the sand, and within it lay a treasure trove of Trojan gold. Agamemnon shared with all the gathered company the words of a message that expressed gratitude for the intelligence conveyed to Troy, adorned with the seal of the Trojan royal house. This message was destined to be discovered in the grasp of a Trojan messenger. Palamedes found himself in a fierce contest thwarted by the formidable forces of Agamemnon's men. He proclaimed with fervor that the entire affair was nothing but a grand scheme. The Greek leaders pressed him for a confession, while others branded him a traitor. Palamedes found himself bound to a pole, facing a grim fate of death by stoning, a punishment steeped in shame and dishonor. Before the fateful order was given, Agamemnon turned to Palamedes, inviting him to share any final thoughts he might have. He proclaimed his lack of fear towards death, yet a deep sorrow enveloped him for the truth that would perish in his wake. Palamedes lay lifeless, destined for the jaws of dogs and the beaks of vultures. But fate took a turn when Achilles and Ajax stepped in to alter his grim fate. In a fit of indignation, Palamedes' father gathered his son's entire army and returned to Greece, vowing to unveil to his fellow countrymen the myriad injustices perpetrated by the Greeks during their ventures overseas. He would weave tales that while the wives of the Greek chieftains languished in solitude at home, their husbands reveled in the company of beautiful and enslaved female foes, treating them as if they were their true brides. In a world where betrayal cut deep, some women chose to exact their own form of justice upon their unfaithful husbands, while the most fervent among them succumbed to despair, leaving behind a haunting legacy of love and loss. In the grand tapestry of history, the city of Troy stood as a beacon, drawing together allied troops from distant lands, each with their own tales and destinies intertwined. Once upon a time, the aim was to orchestrate a magnificent counterattack against the Greek forces that surrounded the city, waiting for the perfect moment to strike back. From the distant horizon, a formidable wave of reinforcements appeared, ready to change the tide of the unfolding tale. In the midst of the clash of steel and the cries of warriors, there stood the valiant army of the Dardanians, under the wise leadership of the venerable Anchises, brother to the noble King Priam. By his side, his son Aeneas, a beacon of courage, rallied his father's loyal soldiers, ready to face the trials of the battlefield. From the heights of the walls, the crowd erupted in joyous waves, heralding the arrival of the Dardanians, their voices ringing out in praise of Aeneas, the legendary warrior of great renown. Aeneas, with the essence of the gods coursing through his veins, was destined for a future filled with glory, as foretold by the ancient prophecies. Aeneas, born of Aphrodite, the enchanting goddess of beauty and love, was forever under the watchful gaze of his divine mother, who ensured the safety of her beloved mortal son. The divine figure of love had the power to ignite fervent desires within the souls of both mortals and deities alike. In the grand tapestry of Olympus, Zeus, the mighty ruler, found himself ensnared by the fervent flames of passion, rendering him vulnerable to the enchanting sway of the goddess of love and her mischievous son Eros. His romantic escapades with divine beings and enchanting mortals were endless. This ignited the wrath of Hera, his beloved spouse. Aphrodite reveled in the knowledge that even the mighty lord of Olympus was not immune to her enchanting allure. In a twist of fate, Zeus resolved that Aphrodite would experience the sting of her own creation. He commanded Eros to unleash his arrows, compelling the goddess of love to surrender her heart to a mere mortal. In a tale woven through the fabric of time, the goddess found her heart captivated by Anchises, a noble soul of the Trojan lineage who was diligently caring for her flock. Under the cloak of night, Aphrodite, skillfully veiled in disguise, made her way to the tent of a Trojan nobleman. As she entered, he was left in awe, captivated by the presence of such an enchanting figure. Anchises felt a stirring in his heart, a whisper of truth that the enchanting woman before him was no ordinary being. He understood all too well the folly of a mortal yearning for the divine, aware of the boundaries that separated their worlds. The modesty displayed by Anchises ignited an even greater fervor within Aphrodite. In a tale woven with divine intrigue, the goddess donned the guise of a princess hailing from the enchanting land of Phrygia. She was said to have received a celestial command to unite in marriage with a nobleman of Troy, forging a powerful bond between their two realms. Believing this to be the divine design, Anchises succumbed to the allure of Aphrodite. Under the soft glow of the moonlight, the couple shared a night filled with deep passion and connection. As the first light of dawn broke, Anchises stirred from his slumber and beheld the goddess in all her unmasked glory. He stood in awe of such beauty, yet a profound fear swiftly gripped his heart. He recalled the tale of Actaeon, who had the audacity to gaze upon the enchanting goddess Artemis as she immersed herself in the waters. That vision led the goddess of the hunt to deliver a dire retribution upon him. Aphrodite soothed the noble Trojan, assuring him that there was no reason for concern, for he had done no wrong. All that transpired in his life was woven by the hands of fate, and for her Anchises and his lineage held great significance. The goddess promised him that from their union, the heir to Troy would emerge destined to lead and sow the seeds of a new nation that would bring all adversaries to their knees. Aphrodite understood that her bond with a simple mortal would cast a shadow over her name, and thus she implored Anchises to keep the identity of Aeneas's true mother a secret, the result of this controversial union. For many years, Anchises held the secret close to his heart. As the hours slipped away, Anchises found himself in the company of friends and family, the warmth of camaraderie fueled by drink. In this spirited gathering, he couldn't help but share tales of his son Aeneas, proudly recounting the prophecy that foretold a magnificent destiny for him, a gift bestowed by his divine mother, the goddess Aphrodite. In a moment of divine wrath, Zeus, upon hearing Anchises revel in his claim of a union with a goddess, unleashed one of his fearsome thunderbolts upon the proud Trojan. Anchises endured, yet bore the weight of a lifelong affliction. From the union of the goddess of beauty and love, a son emerged embodying both strength and beauty that spoke of his celestial heritage. Hector and Paris welcomed the Dardanians with great joy, yet a shadow loomed over their celebration. Whispers of a prophecy heralding Aeneas's rise to glory stirred unease in King Priam's heart. He harbored a deep-seated distrust of Aeneas, fearing that this formidable warrior might usurp the throne from his own sons. Yet he was acutely aware that the absence of Aeneas and his brave companions would render the endeavor of overcoming the Greeks nearly insurmountable. For many years, the tale of the siege of Troy unfolded, with the final months consumed by relentless battles and skirmishes. The people of Troy faced great trials, yet their spirit showed no hint of yielding. Yet, in this time, the Greeks were far from idle. Brave champions led daring quests to strike and seize the treasures of the allied cities of Troy. In a fierce display of might, Achilles laid waste to 23 enemy cities, seizing countless treasures, abundant resources, and capturing many souls to serve as slaves. In certain cities, the invaders met with little to no opposition, leading to their swift and effortless conquest. They were fortunate to escape the fury of the Achaeans, yet others bravely stood their ground, resolute in their refusal to submit to the advancing foes. On the island of Lesbos, a fierce battle unfolded for the conquest of the city of Messina. The valiant defenders clashed with unwavering resolve against the formidable Myrmidons of Achilles. With unwavering determination, the defenders fought valiantly to drive back the invaders. From her lofty perch atop the wall, Princess Pisidics cast her fervent gaze upon the formidable Achilles as he commanded his warriors with unmatched prowess. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a figure emerged from the shadows, a wise old maid of the princess carrying a message destined for Achilles. She presented to the son of Peleus a chance to lay siege to the city, but only if he consented to take the princess as his bride. With a nod of agreement from Achilles, Pisidics unveiled a concealed door, granting access for Achilles and his warriors to surge into the city. With a tempest of wrath, the Myrmidons descended upon the city's inhabitants, their vengeance ignited by the Greeks' heavy toll, a consequence of defiance against a mightier foe. As the princess hurried towards Achilles, anxious that he might overlook the pact they had forged, he commanded his soldiers to halt the young woman in her tracks. With a heart full of disdain, he commanded that she be stoned to death. Achilles would never ally himself with a woman who prioritized her own desires over her homeland and kin. For one so treacherous, there could be no more just retribution. With a heart full of valor, Achilles embarked on his quest to lay siege to the fabled city of Thebes of Trood. In a prosperous city, there resided the illustrious family of Andronoc, the beloved princess and devoted wife of Hector. In a fierce clash, Achilles faced off against King Aetion and his valiant sons. Despite their bravery, the might of Achilles proved overwhelming, leading to the downfall of the king and his 7 sons. In this city, treasures of conquest were seized with fervor. Chryseis, the most precious treasure, radiated such beauty that she seemed to embody the very essence of a goddess. Yet Patroclus urged his leader, suggesting that if he found Chryseis captivating, he ought to witness the treasures housed within the temple of Dionysus. Within those walls stood Briseis, a priestess whose beauty surpassed that of her predecessor. In the heart of battle, Achilles held a steadfast belief that nothing could rival the worth of the cherished Briseis, a treasure beyond all spoils of war. With her by his side, the splendor would shine even brighter. Across the Dardanelles Strait, the mighty Ajax unleashed his fury upon the Thracians, who stood as allies to the Trojans. None among the Thracian warriors could stand against the formidable giant hailing from Salamis. With a mighty shield in hand, he shattered the ranks of his foes. Ajax seized a prized trophy of war. He was the youthful Polydorus, the cherished youngest son of Priam, beloved above all others. Odysseus came to understand that the captive held greater worth than any treasure could offer. Thus, alongside his companions, Diomedes and Menelaus, he sought to arrange a gathering in Troy for the purpose of negotiation. Odysseus suggested a bold trade, the king's cherished son in return for Menelaus's beloved wife. Yet, heeding the counsel of his sons, Priam chose not to return Helen. In a twist of fate, he presented his daughter Cassandra to Menelaus, suggesting she become his new bride. Menelaus was taken aback by the proposal, deeming it utterly outrageous. He firmly declared that he would never allow those who had brought him dishonor to have a say in the choice of his wife. He proclaimed his disdain for a bride hailing from a savage ancestry, vowing that the Trojans would face the consequences of such an affront. Once more, the Greeks and Trojans found themselves at an impasse, leading the king to insist that the Greeks depart from his sight. In a grim twist of fate, the Greeks seized young Polydorus, pulling him near the wall, where they unleashed their fury upon the boy, stoning him to death. From the heights of the wall, Priam beheld the unfolding tragedy, his heart heavy and tears streaming down his face. Achilles had now come back brimming with glory and laden with treasures. In joyous revelry, all gathered to partake in the bounty as the spoils were generously distributed among the noble lords. Upon laying eyes on Chryseis, Agamemnon was quick to claim her as his own. Achilles, with a resigned heart, yielded to the girl, for he had anticipated that the avaricious Agamemnon would find it impossible to resist the allure of a young woman possessing such captivating qualities. Yet Achilles, with his cunning mind, chose to unveil his Briseis to Agamemnon only after the latter had made his choice for Chryseis. Thus, Achilles acquired the most invaluable of treasures. Unbeknownst to Briseis and Chryseis, their fates were intertwined with the very fabric of the war destined to alter its course forever. The fury of Achilles would be ignited. For almost a decade, the valiant Greeks laid siege to the magnificent city of Troy. Yet the extraordinary walls crafted by the divine hands of Poseidon and Apollo stood resolute against their relentless efforts. Yet upon the sands of Ilion, a quarrel among the Greeks shifted the tides of battle. In the ages that came after, the Muses would ignite the imaginations of Aeodos bards and minstrels, who wove the tale of how Agamemnon stirred Achilles' fury, sending countless Greek souls into the depths of Hades. In the quiet of his tent, Agamemnon found solace attended to by the gentle presence of Chryseis. She was the prize of his battles, a captivating figure for whom he had cultivated a certain fondness, showcasing her like a cherished trophy, her beauty undeniable. In an unexpected turn, a soldier approached, with urgency relaying that a priest of Apollo sought an audience with the esteemed leader of the Achaeans. At the gates of the camp stood a priest, a devoted ally of Troy, known as Chryseis. His heart was set on liberating his daughter, who had been taken captive, a cherished prize of Agamemnon. He was prepared to offer a hefty sum for the safe return of his cherished daughter. Yet upon listening to Chryseis' plea, the mighty leader swiftly turned down the opportunity to set her free. With a fierce glare, he unleashed a torrent of threats and insults upon the priest, insisting that he must never set foot in the Greeks' camp again. He proclaimed that Chryseis would be brought to his grand palace in Mycenae, where she would reside until the day Thanatos welcomed her in her twilight years. With a heavy heart and bowed head, the priest of Apollo retreated wary of the formidable presence that loomed before him. Yet he was aware that a formidable companion stood by his side unwavering, even in the most intricate of times. Before the crashing waves of the sea, Chryseis lifted her voice in a passionate prayer to Apollo, the divine son of Zeus and Leto. He beseeched the radiant deity to unleash his wrath upon the Achaeans, for they had shown disdain towards their priest, adorned with the sacred symbols, thus insulting the god himself. As darkness fell, the deity of the gleaming bow set forth to exact retribution upon the Greeks. Initially, he unleashed his fury upon their creatures, but soon he pressed forward, setting his sights on the men themselves. Unbeknownst to these men, the wrath of Apollo unleashed a barrage of deadly arrows, leading them to succumb to a devastating plague. For 9 long days, the Greeks endured the wrath of Apollo's punishment. Brave souls, one by one, fell in a manner that did not honor their valor. The funeral pyres blazed endlessly, leaving the Achaeans bewildered by the weighty retribution dealt by the gods. Calchas, the wise seer blessed by Apollo, was well aware of the cause behind the gods' overwhelming wrath. Yet he hesitated to disclose the truth, wary of the consequences that might follow without assurance of safety. In that moment, he sought the strength of Achilles, pleading for protection from the wrath of Agamemnon, a man known for his harsh retribution against those who dared to oppose him. With a solemn vow, Achilles declared his unwavering commitment to safeguard his very existence. In a gathering of the foremost leaders of the Achaeans, Calchas unveiled the complete truth. He asserted that the plague had descended upon them as a consequence of Agamemnon's offense, for he had denied the return of the daughter belonging to Apollo's priest. To mend the bond with the divine, the esteemed leader must restore his spoils of war and present a grand sacrifice to the god Apollo. In a fit of rage, Agamemnon thundered his discontent at the seer, accusing him of always foretelling doom and never offering a glimmer of hope. He proclaimed his intent to return Chryseis, for his heart was set on the well-being of his men. Yet he wrestled with the notion of being the sole figure to walk away empty-handed, feeling it unjust to bear such a burden alone. He believed it just to be granted a reward of comparable worth. Achilles proclaimed that the Trojan coast held no more cities ripe for plunder, rendering the search for such a treasure futile. Yet when the great city of Troy met its fate, a reward awaited him. Agamemnon declared that Achilles could not deceive him as he lingered in anticipation while reveling in the company of the lovely Briseis. Achilles declared that he would journey back to Greece, accompanied by his loyal Myrmidons, should Agamemnon choose to overlook his rightful share of the spoils. Yet the ruler of Mycenae stood resolute against the looming peril. He proclaimed that Achilles could depart, for his absence would go unnoticed. Yet prior to that moment, he would venture to Achilles' tent to claim the enchanting Brises for himself. In a blaze of wrath, Achilles seized his sword, determined to confront Agamemnon head-on. Yet a hand gripped him firmly by the hair. He spun around with increasing fury, yet there before him stood the vision of the goddess Athena, a sight visible only to his eyes. The divine being urged Achilles to soothe his troubled heart and cast aside his fears, for soon his rightful reward would be bestowed upon him in magnificent triumphs. With a decisive motion, Achilles sheathed his sword and conveyed to Atreia that the Greeks ought not to engage with the son of Peleus and his loyal Myrmidons. He spoke of how the Greeks would lament for Achilles, yet he would remain absent, unable to save them from the lethal strike of the glorious Hector. In the end, a shared sense of regret washed over them, for they had permitted such a wound to fester. Following a tempest of harsh words, Achilles stormed out of Agamemnon's tent, his heart ablaze with fury. Odysseus made the choice to return Chryses to her father, accompanied by the animals destined for the grand hecatomb sacrifice. Agamemnon's warriors approached Achilles' tent, their hearts set on finding the enchanting Brises, who stood her ground unwilling to depart. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Achilles made his way to the shore, where he knelt and let his tears flow freely. Thetis, his celestial mother, drew near to her son to listen to those sorrowful cries. Achilles found himself grappling with the weight of injustice, pondering the depths of his plight, despite the brevity of his existence. He longed for the Greeks to bear the weight of their transgressions. Thetis, with a heart full of hope, knelt before the mighty throne of Zeus, pleading for his divine intervention to aid the Trojans in their time of need during the Great War. In the grand tapestry of fate, he found himself forever bound to the goddess, the one who had intervened in his darkest hour, rescuing him from the wrath of the Olympian gods, who had conspired against Zeus and ensnared him in chains. Zeus vowed to lend his aid to the Trojans until the honor of Achilles was restored. Achilles withdrew to confer with Agamemnon. The rift among the Greeks was precisely what the Trojans yearned for. A cunning spy from Troy brought word to Hector, the esteemed leader of the Trojan forces, recounting all the happenings within the Achaean camp. Stricken by the plague and bereft of their champions, the Achaeans found themselves in a state of decline. Hector grasped the moment, determined to drive the Greeks back to the embrace of the sea. The fateful clashes of the Trojan War were on the brink of unfolding. In the wake of the clash between Achilles and Agamemnon, a wave of discontent swept through the ranks of the Greeks. Yet the leaders of the Achaeans skillfully averted an even deeper chasm from tearing apart their brave warriors. With Hector and Paris at the helm, the Trojan army surged into the fray, ready to face their destiny on the battlefield. It was understood that Achilles and his loyal Myrmidons had stepped back from the fray. With their finest champions absent, the Greek army appeared diminished in its menace. With a bold stride, Paris brandished his weapons high, his voice ringing out as he called forth the mightiest of the Greek warriors to face him in a duel. In a moment of fierce determination, Menelaus, the valiant king of Sparta and devoted follower of Ares, burst through the ranks of the Greeks with a thunderous cry, boldly declaring his acceptance of the challenge that lay before him. At the mere glimpse of his rival, Paris felt his bravery wane, slipping away like shadows at dusk. His knees quaked with fear. He drew near to the Trojans, seeking refuge behind the might of his formidable brother. Yet Hector was consumed by a fiery indignation at such a display of cowardice. With fiery words, he unleashed a torrent of insults upon his brother, aiming to ignite the pride and courage within Paris. With a heavy heart, he expressed his regret for the shameful way he had behaved. In that moment, Paris declared his intention to face Menelaus in a duel, proclaiming that the victor would claim Helen and all the treasures taken from their rightful owners. In a moment of unity, the Greeks and Trojans forged a pact bound by the weight of their sacrifices. It was decided that Helen would remain with the victor of the duel. Perched atop the ancient Trojan walls, King Priam and his court held their breath, anticipating the duel that might alter the destiny of their beloved city. The king inquired of Helen of Troy about the legendary warriors visible from his lofty perch. With a flourish, she gestured towards the king, unveiling the legendary warriors Agamemnon, Odysseus, Ajax, and Menelaus, each a tale of valor and strength in their own right. Yet her heart ached for her twin brothers Castor and Pollux. In the heart of the arena, Paris and Menelaus stood, poised, their shields gleaming and spears at the ready, anticipation crackling in the air as they prepared to engage in their fateful duel. The audience was captivated, their breaths caught in the web of suspense. In that moment, the hush enveloped everything. With a fierce determination, the Trojan prince launched his spear, channeling every ounce of strength against his foe. Yet the follower of Ares skillfully parried the strike with remarkable grace. And so, the valiant king of Sparta launched his fierce assault. With a fierce determination, Menelaus hurled the spear bestowed upon him by the god of war, aiming to vanquish his foe. Though Paris stood firm, his shield raised against the onslaught, it faltered before the might of the enemy's weapon, which found its mark and struck down the valiant Trojan prince. With a resolute heart, Paris cast aside his shield and grasped his sword, readying himself for the fierce clash of a hand-to-hand duel. As the clash of swords echoed through the air, Menelaus and Paris engaged in a fierce duel. Yet the disparity in might between the Spartan king and the Trojan prince was strikingly evident. With a mighty clash, the disciple of Ares brought his shield down, sending Paris sprawling to the earth. Menelaus sought to bring an end to the life of the man who had taken his beloved wife away from him. With a fierce determination, he lifted his sword high, channeling every ounce of his strength to deliver the decisive strike. Yet, when Agamemnon's bronze sword met the hard surface of his rival's helmet, it shattered a moment of fate hanging in the air. In a moment of desperation, the king of Sparta raised his voice to the skies, pleading for understanding of the transgression that had brought such harsh retribution from the divine. With a fierce grip on his adversary's helmet, Menelaus pulled the Trojan prince across the earth, a testament to his strength and determination. As the Achaeans reveled in the triumph of their hero, a twist of fate unfolded. Paris the prince found himself in a precarious situation when the leather buckle securing his helmet gave way, forcing him to retreat from his adversary. As the Spartan king prepared to deliver his judgment upon the treacherous prince, a swirling cloud of dust enveloped Paris, shrouding the scene in an air of impending fate. Amidst the swirling mist, the enchanting city of Paris welcomed the divine presence of Aphrodite. With a wave of her abilities, she guided him away from the clash. Menelaus, consumed by rage, bellowed for Paris to show himself, his voice echoing with fury in the air. In the wake of the Trojans' daring escape, he reveled in the belief that he had triumphed in the duel, boldly laying claim to his hard-earned prize. Agamemnon, the leader of the Greek forces, called upon the Trojans to surrender Helen without delay, seeking to restore harmony between their warring nations. High atop Olympus, the goddess Hera, spouse of Zeus, observed the unfolding events with keen interest, determined that the war would not conclude without ensuring Paris and the Trojans faced their due retribution. Zeus pondered the cause of such wrath, directed at one of his cherished cities. The goddess Hera replied, granting him the freedom to lay waste to any of her cherished cities, be it Argos, Mycenae, or Sparta, on the condition that Troy faced utter ruin. Zeus granted Athena the freedom to weave her way among the Trojans, sowing seeds of discord in her wake. Athena, harboring her own disdain for Troy, leaned in close to Pandarus, a masterful archer of the Trojans, and murmured that the honor awaiting the one who vanquished Menelaus would be beyond measure. Pandarus loosed an arrow, its flight swift and true, striking the Spartan king squarely in the waist. The arrow loosed by the unsuspecting Pandarus shattered the fragile hope for harmony between the two nations. The champions of each faction rallied their brave warriors to charge forth against the foe. After more than 9 years of turmoil, the conflict plunged into its most brutal chapter yet. Valiant champions fell, and even deities spilled their lifeblood before the mighty walls of Troy, much to the delight of the war god. Once the Trojans turned their backs on the pact with the Greeks, a fierce and legendary battle erupted. Valiant champions from opposing realms clashed in fierce combat, while the divine beings themselves took part in the unfolding saga. Athena, the embodiment of wisdom and the art of strategic warfare, stood resolutely with the Greeks. Apollo rallied the Trojans, inspiring them in the heat of battle. Ares, the formidable deity of battle, was accompanied by a dark entourage bearing the weight of all the miseries that war brings. Eris, the goddess of discord, tirelessly fanned the flames of animosity, ensuring that the two peoples remained ensnared in their struggle, unable to grasp the elusive peace that lay just beyond their reach. Deimos and Phobos, the offspring of Ares, instilled dread and horror in the hearts of men. Ajax, the colossal Greek warrior, having vanquished a famed Trojan hero, commenced his battle for the spoils of victory. The defeated foe's weapons and armor stood as genuine trophies of conquest. The treasures of battle held more than mere economic worth. Their significance as trophies was beyond measure. In the midst of the valiant warriors standing firm on the Greek front, there was Diomedes, the proud son of the illustrious Titius of Aetolia. He appeared as a fearsome specter amidst the chaos of war. Every soul that encountered him met their downfall. As the Trojans beheld the overwhelming devastation around them, a sense of dread took hold, prompting them to withdraw in fear of Deimos and Phobos. Yet the mighty Apollo ensured that the hearts of the Trojans remained unyielding in the face of fear. With divine favor, the valiant warriors of Ilium rejoined the fray. Once more, the skilled archer Pandarus struck his arrow, finding its mark upon the legendary Achaean hero Diomedes. With a swift and fateful shot, Pandarus's arrow found its mark, embedding itself deep into Diomedes' shoulder. With great pride, the Trojan archer reveled in his triumph, proclaiming to all that he had felled the legendary Greek warrior once thought invincible. Yet Diomedes remained unfallen. As his companion carefully removed the arrow from his flesh, Athena infused the hero with the strength and boldness of his father. The divine being reassured him that fear had no place in his heart, for she would forever stand by him, no matter the adversary he faced. With a fierce determination, Diomedes launched his spear, aiming for the mouth of Pandarus, who was unwittingly reveling in his triumph over Tydeus's son. The impact was devastating. Pandarus collapsed to the earth, and Diomedes approached him to claim his hard-won treasures. Yet Aeneas stood firm, refusing to let his friend's body be desecrated valiantly, striving to protect the lifeless form. With a mighty boulder in hand, Diomedes launched a fierce assault on Aeneas. The weighty stone struck the Dardanian prince's leg with a fierce blow, sending him crashing to the earth. Diomedes stood poised, eager to claim yet another illustrious conquest. Yet from the heavens, the enchanting goddess Aphrodite graced the earth, determined to save her cherished son. As she raised Aeneas, fate took an unexpected turn. With a swift motion, Diomedes hurled one of his spears towards the goddess, striking her hand and drawing forth a wound. The goddess shed tears as the sacred ichor, the very essence of the divine, flowed forth from her hand. Aphrodite voiced her grievances to Zeus, yet he responded with a disinterest, expressing his reluctance to entangle himself in the disputes of mortals. Ares and Athena, the fierce deities of battle, embraced their roles with fervor. In a moment of divine intervention, Apollo positioned himself between the fierce warrior Diomedes and the noble Aeneas. Yet that was not enough to hinder the hero from Greece in his relentless pursuit. With fierce determination, Diomedes launched himself at Apollo, but the god gracefully evaded each of the hero's strikes. Yet the unwavering determination of Diomedes ignited the fury of Apollo. The radiant deity let out a resounding call, cautioning Diomedes about the folly of a mortal attempting to match the power of a god. The son of Tydeus turned his back, while Apollo guided Aeneas away from the fray. Alongside Hector, Ares was orchestrating a formidable counteroffensive against the Greeks. Hector's men appeared to embrace the specter of death, charging into battle with a boldness never before witnessed. Athena understood that the downfall of the Greeks was imminent if Ares was not halted in his tracks. Only Diomedes stood as her hope to halt the relentless advance of the god of war. Ares shared a passionate bond with Aphrodite. Upon laying eyes on the man who had caused her pain, a tempest of fury surged within him. With a mighty throw, he launched his celestial spear toward the champion of Argos. Yet with a swift motion, Athena turned aside the spear, thwarting Ares in his attempt to slay her beloved protege. With a fierce determination, Diomedes launched his spear at the god of war, and under the watchful guidance of Athena, the weapon found its mark, piercing through his belly. His cry of pain resonated like the anguished wails of a myriad of souls. Ares hurried to Olympus, revealing his injury to his father, who dismissed him with a stern admonition to cease his lamenting. The mighty deity loathed the reality that his offspring revered chaos and carnage. He was the one whom Zeus favored the least. With Ares absent from the fray, the Trojans' edge faded, allowing the Greek forces to hold back Hector's relentless push. In a time of great turmoil, the valiant hero searched high and low for his elusive brother Paris, only to find himself drawn back to the storied walls of Troy, where a fateful confrontation awaited them both. In the annals of the Achaeans, Diomedes emerged as a figure of remarkable bravery, renowned for his audacity in confronting and striking down the divine. His actions transcended time. With urgency in his heart, Hector raced back to the city of Troy, searching for his elusive brother Paris, who had vanished from the chaos of the battlefield. The leader of the Trojan forces burst into Paris's palace, his presence commanding attention, as he found Paris brooding in his chamber, while Helen cast a disapproving glance at his demeanor. Hector's voice thundered as he confronted his brother, expressing the deep shame he felt at his indifference within the confines of his palace, while brave souls, including their brothers and fellow countrymen, fought valiantly and spilled their blood in a war that he had sparked. He felt the weight of responsibility as he donned his armor, ready to take his place at the forefront of the battle. With a heavy heart, Helen mourned the role she played in the unfolding tragedy. Had she found herself alongside a valiant soul, perhaps her destiny and shame would have felt less burdensome. As Hector sought out his beloved to bid her farewell before returning to the battlefield, he found himself surrounded by the wives of the brave warriors who stood alongside him in the fight. With bated breath, they inquired about the well-being of their beloved husbands. The prince grasped the gravity of the wives' plight, yet found himself at a loss, unable to respond to their multitude of inquiries. At long last, Hector reunited with his beloved wife Andromache, who was accompanied by a servant girl cradling their precious son and heir Astyanax in her arms. With tears in her eyes, his wife held him tightly, whispering that someday his bravery might lead him to his end. With a heart full of desperation, she pleaded with him to steer clear of peril, for he was her last remaining hope, a beacon in the darkness left by Achilles, who had taken her family from her. Yet Hector pondered the depths of cowardice he would sink to if he allowed his men to face their doom, while he remained untouched in safety. He was aware of Thanatos lurking in the shadows, yet he embraced life without a hint of fear for death. His greatest dread was that following his downfall, his beloved would be captured and paraded as a prize with the captor, proclaiming her as the wife of Prince Hector. Hector extended his arms, eager to embrace his son, yet the little one recoiled, intimidated by the formidable presence of his father's towering helmet. With a hearty laugh, the prince removed his headgear, bidding farewell to his beloved wife and cherished son. He stood poised to confront the mightiest of Greeks. As Hector stepped back onto the battlefield, he rallied his men with a thunderous call, his voice echoing across the field, daring any Greek warrior with the courage to step forward and meet him in a duel. Though Menelaus bore the pain of his wounds, he endeavored to advance, yet his brother Agamemnon held him back. He proclaimed that it was folly to challenge a man in such a state, driven only by a reckless desire for demise. As the moments passed, the courage of the Greeks began to falter. They exchanged glances, each silently wishing for a fellow warrior to step up and face the legendary hero of Troy. Yet none found the resolve to accept the challenge of the duel. Old Nestor, once the valiant king of Pylos, a figure of great renown in the days of yore, now felt the weight of years upon him. He mused that had he not been so aged, Hector would have long since encountered his worthy opponent. Nestor's words ignited a fire within the hearts of many Achaeans, prompting them to step forward and offer themselves for the duel. In their midst stood Odysseus, Agamemnon, Diomedes, and the formidable Ajax, each a figure of legend and valor. In a moment of fate, the volunteers gathered their hearts, intertwined with destiny, as the gods prepared to unveil the chosen one who would rise to face the formidable champion of Troy. In a time of legends, the great Ajax stood as the chosen champion of the gods, destined to confront a foe whom many deemed a worthy rival, only to the formidable Achilles. Yet Ajax of Salamis stood as a remarkable embodiment of strength and power, No man among the Greeks could match his immense stature, and with his colossal shield, which no other could bear, he confronted Hector with unwavering resolve. Hector's spears, fierce and determined, found themselves thwarted by the might of Ajax's unbreakable shield. In that fateful moment, the giant's spears soared through the air, striking Hector's shield with a force that nearly claimed his life. The two heroes battled with remarkable courage as the sun dipped below the mountains, shrouding the outcome in mystery. The battle came to an unexpected halt as the referees from both corners stepped in, ultimately declaring it a draw. Hector and Ajax exchanged warm greetings, celebrating each other's remarkable performances with heartfelt praise. They exchanged tokens of affection. Once they began their clash as foes, they found themselves emerging from the fray as the closest of companions. In a moment of respite, an armistice was declared, bringing a temporary halt to the fierce clashes between the Greeks and Trojans. The remains of the brave warriors were gathered by their comrades and loved ones, allowing them to be bestowed with the honors they so rightly deserved in their final farewell. As the Greeks and Trojans engaged in fierce combat on the battlefield, a significant conflict among the gods was brewing high above on Mount Olympus. On one side stood Hera, Athena, and Poseidon, champions of the Achaeans, while on the other, Aphrodite, Ares, and Apollo lent their strength to the Trojans. This conflict was on the brink of igniting a civil war among the divine beings. With a commanding presence, Zeus summoned the chaos to a halt, unleashing a thunderous roar that echoed through the heavens. The highest deity proclaimed that no other Olympian god would be permitted to intervene directly in the unfolding conflict until a later time. Should any of them dare to defy his command, he would take it upon himself to cast them into the depths of Tartarus. Zeus proclaimed that if they sought to challenge his might, they could extend a chain linking the earth to the heavens. All the other deities combined could only hope to match his power by tugging at one end of the chain. High in the heavens, he would summon all the deities and even the earth and the sea to bear witness to his boundless power. Zeus ascended to Mount Ida, a place where he would personally weave the threads of fate for the impending war. Destiny had woven its threads, signaling the moment for the Trojans to rise and conquer the Greeks. Though the odds were stacked against them, they stood resolute, battling fiercely for their loved ones and the land they cherished. Under the watchful gaze of Zeus, Hector and his valiant warriors surged ahead, their resolve unyielding against the Greek forces who faltered beneath the relentless onslaught. As the tide of battle turned, the Achaeans found themselves faltering, slowly retreating back to the safety of their camp. Throughout their journey, the relentless Trojans chased them hot on their heels like wild hounds. With a swift and precise motion, Paris unleashed a deadly arrow that struck the horse harnessed to old Nestor's chariot, sending it crashing to the earth. Though aged, the king of Pylos retained the same courage that marked his youth. With unwavering resolve, he stood his ground, wielding his sword against the oncoming attackers. Yet Hector approached with his formidable spear, a weapon that had already claimed the lives of over 100 Greeks. Yet it seemed as though the divine forces were keeping a watchful eye on the venerable Nestor, for in due time he found salvation at the hands of Diomedes. Diomedes yearned for glory, seeking to take Hector's life, yet a powerful thunderclap echoed, signaling that such a fate was not decreed by Zeus. The seasoned warrior managed to sway Diomedes away from facing the Trojan champion. With determination in their hearts, the Trojans moved forward, closing in on the moat that stood as a barrier to the Greeks' encampment. Hector boldly declared that he would have set the Greek ships ablaze were it not for the timely arrival of Nyx, the goddess of the night, who enveloped the world in her dark flowing cloak. Within the confines of Agamemnon's tent, the Greek leaders were engulfed in a cloud of anxiety, their hearts heavy with the weight of the Trojans' resounding triumph that day. In a time of great despair, the spirits of the Achaeans had sunk to their lowest ebb. Nestor recounted to Agamemnon how the fortunes of the Greeks shifted when the Achaeans' greatest leader quarreled with Achilles. The Mycenaean king acknowledged his error and was now prepared to make amends. Great treasures, slaves, and the return of the beautiful Briseis would be promised to Achilles if he chose to take up arms once more. Odysseus and Ajax approached Achilles bearing the weighty message of Agamemnon's offer, a gesture of reconciliation that was without a doubt remarkably generous. Yet Achilles pressed on, unwavering in his resolve. He declared that he would have departed by now had Poseidon bestowed upon him the favor of safe passage. After toiling tirelessly to claim his rewards, he found himself betrayed by Agamemnon, and from that moment on, he vowed never to be deceived by that man again. Under the cloak of night, Odysseus and Diomedes embarked on a daring mission to stealthily observe the Trojans and uncover their secrets. In that moment, they encountered a figure who unmistakably bore the mark of a Trojan spy, pursuing a goal that mirrored their own intentions. In a dramatic turn of events, the valiant Greek heroes cornered the man, compelling him to yield. With a menacing air, they warned him of dire consequences should he refuse to divulge any valuable secrets. He introduced himself as Dolon, a man with precious knowledge he was willing to barter for his very survival. The Trojans spoke of King Rhesus of Thrace and his men who were said to be encamped close by, accompanied by their magnificent white horses, renowned as the finest in all the land. Diomedes, weighing the consequences, chose to play it safe and spared no mercy for the spy. Under the cloak of night, Diomedes and Odysseus crept into the camp of the Thracian noblemen, their hearts pounding with the thrill of adventure. The king of Ithaca approached the steeds as Diomedes stood guard, shielding him from harm. Diomedes struck the watchman from the shadows, yet his approach was not as stealthy as he had hoped. A soldier stirred from slumber and raised the alarm, yet his call would be silenced by the swift strike of Diomedes' blade. Startled from their slumber, the Thracian warriors found themselves in a bewildering moment, struggling to grasp the unfolding chaos around them. As Diomedes weaved through the chaos, he claimed lives with an ethereal grace, as if summoned by the very hand of death itself. In the final act of his saga, Diomedes met his fate with King Rhesus. On that fateful night, he and 12 of his valiant warriors met their end at the hands of Tydeus' son. In the midst of the chaos, Odysseus had deftly managed to seize the horses urgently, beckoning Diomedes to escape before the reinforcements could close in. As they arrived at the Greek camp, the radiant goddess Aurora graced them with her presence, signaling the dawn of a new day. The valiant duo was hailed by the Greek warriors for their daring theft of Rhesus' powerful seeds, a feat that soared the spirits of the Achaeans. In the vicinity, Hector was passionately rallying his troops with an impassioned address. He proclaimed that the hour had come to storm the Greek base, igniting their vessels in a blaze of fury. The battle for reclaiming the Ilian shores was only just unfolding. Hector felt a powerful presence, as if the divine forces were favoring him. With unwavering determination, he set his sights on the Achaean camp, intent on setting their ships ablaze, charging into the fray at the very front of the assault on the Greek defenses. Yet Agamemnon stood firm, refusing to let the Trojans breach the camp's defenses. Alongside Diomedes and Odysseus, he stood vigilant at the camp gates, ready to defend against any threat that approached. With unwavering resolve, Agamemnon battled valiantly before his troops, striving to stem the tide of the Trojan onslaught. Hector, filled with determination, sought to confront the mighty Greek king. Yet just as he prepared to act, the divine hand of Iris intervened, delivering a message straight from the throne of Zeus. She conveyed to him that he ought to bide his time until Agamemnon fell to injury. This was the omen that the divine forces would bestow upon him, urging him to unleash his might upon the Greeks. In the absence of Hector's defiance, Agamemnon appeared invincible. He ventured forth, donning the armor of a noble Trojan hero who met his fate at the hands of the formidable Basilius. Yet in the unfolding saga, Agamemnon would find himself struck in the arm by the spear of a Trojan, driven by the desire to avenge a fallen kin. Hector commanded his warriors to advance, as the king of Mycenae was aided in his withdrawal from the fray. Diomedes took the helm, guiding the Greeks forward. With a voice that resonated like thunder, the Greeks struggled to hold their ground, unaware that the son of Tydeus was already marked by the keen eye of Paris and his bow. With a swift and deadly aim, Paris unleashed his arrow, striking Diomedes' foot and anchoring him firmly to the earth below. Though injured, he hurled insults at Paris, branding him a coward and a thief of wives, declaring that he lacked the bravery to face a true man in direct combat. Thus he took refuge behind his brother, engaging in battle from afar with his trusty bow. With a commanding presence, Odysseus summoned 2 of his loyal men to assist in bringing Diomedes back to the safety of their camp. Yet in that moment, he stood alone as the last of the great heroes on the Greek front line, a solitary figure amidst the chaos of battle. Odysseus, a valiant hero, faced relentless challenges as he battled against the fierce Trojan warriors. In that moment, he found himself at a crossroads, torn between the allure of a valiant end in battle and the instinct to retreat to the safety of the camp. Yet a brave warrior named Socus emerged, piercing the hero with a spear and liberating Odysseus from his plight. A battered Odysseus sank to his knees, while Socus approached, reveling in the triumph of having felled one of the mightiest Greek heroes. As he prepared to deliver the final blow, Odysseus swiftly drove his sword into the man's throat. In a moment of sheer astonishment, the Trojans found themselves captivated by the unfolding spectacle, their minds racing with questions about the very nature of this extraordinary event. Yet with a touch of Athena's intervention, Socus's blow was deftly redirected, causing the Trojan spear to merely graze the fringe of Odysseus's armor. This, having been passed down from his father Laertes, fit Odysseus a bit loosely, allowing him to narrowly evade injury, only sustaining a bruise on his ribs. With his mighty tower shield held high, Ajax stood resolute, offering protection as Odysseus made his strategic retreat into the safety of the fortification. At long last, the Trojan army breached the gates of the wooden wall, a steadfast barrier erected to safeguard the ships and the Greek encampment. Hector sensed the sweet taste of triumph lingering just beyond his fingertips. Just a touch more pressure on the Greeks would send their army tumbling down. Agamemnon, Odysseus, and Diomedes, weary from their exploits, made their way back to the magnificent tent of King Mycenaeus. In that moment, they gathered with the other Greek leaders, united in purpose to swiftly plot their strategy against the relentless Trojan advance. In a moment of fierce triumph, Paris and Aeneas set ablaze the Greek ships, remnants of a battle already won. As the shadows of dread and despair loomed over the Greeks, the sons of Ares, Deimos, and Phobos watched from a distance, their presence a chilling reminder of the chaos that was to come. Amidst the chaos, the Trojans surged into the Greek camp, igniting the fierce battle for the ships. With the backing of Zeus, Hector's warriors embarked on a quest for a monumental victory, one that would free Troy from the clutches of its foes. With Ajax at the helm, the Greek coalition warriors battled fiercely, oblivious to the whims of the supreme god, their struggle reminiscent of a creature cornered by its relentless pursuer. Amidst the unfolding drama, the valiant Greek leaders, still bearing the scars of yesterday's battle, gathered to weigh their choices. To yield would undoubtedly seal one's fate. Agamemnon ventured to suggest the idea of sending the ships back into the sea, contemplating a return to Greece. With a fierce glare, Odysseus confronted the esteemed leader, declaring that such a mindset disqualified him from leading the alliance. From the lofty peaks of Olympus, Hera, Athena, and Poseidon beheld the sorrow of their beloved protégés, powerless to intervene in their plight. Zeus had forbidden them from offering assistance directly. The regal queen, with a heart full of determination, felt an undeniable urge to take action, even if it meant defying her husband's wishes. The goddess understood that attempting to sway her husband's will with logic would be a futile endeavor. In a moment of inspiration, she chose to embrace the essence of love and beauty, adorning herself in her most exquisite garments and anointing her skin with the most luxurious fragrances. Yet deep within her heart, she understood that another treasure was essential, the belt of Aphrodite, a relic that bestowed upon the goddess of love an allure that no man or god could resist. The queen cleverly persuaded Aphrodite to part with her belt, all while keeping her true intentions shrouded in mystery. In the grand tapestry of fate, the goddess of love stood as a steadfast ally to the Trojans. Hera journeyed to the heights of Mount Ida, a place from which her husband orchestrated the tumult of battle. He marveled at the exquisite allure of his wife, captivated by her enchanting presence. As the deity occupied himself with his tasks, Hypnos, the embodiment of slumber, joined forces with the goddess, wielding his abilities to gently usher the god into a deep sleep. In the absence of the supreme god's interference, the divine allies of the Greeks were liberated to extend their support to those they had chosen to protect. With Zeus now out of the battle, Poseidon chose to ally with the Greeks, igniting within them a remarkable courage that halted the Trojan onslaught. The Achaeans fought valiantly to protect their vessels, treating them as if they were the very essence of their existence. With a fierce determination, Hector launched his spear at Ajax, the great, aiming to shatter the Greeks' resolve. Yet, as if guided by divine hands, Hector's spear glided harmlessly across Ajax's chest, leaving him unscathed. Yet the counterstrike from Ajax would unleash a devastating fate upon Hector. In a clash of titans, the colossal Greek warrior hurled a massive stone towards the valiant Trojan hero. With a fierce blow, Hector felt the impact on his leg, sending the noble Trojan prince crashing to the earth. With the aid of his loyal companions, Hector was gently guided away from the forefront. In the absence of their valiant champion, the relentless tide of the Trojan onslaught began to wane at last. In that moment, as the world spun, on Zeus, nestled in the warmth of Hera's lap, stirred from his tranquil slumber. In a moment of fierce clarity, he felt a surge of rage as the truth of the battlefield unfolded before him, revealing the hand of his wife in the chaos that ensued. With a booming voice, Zeus unleashed his wrath upon her, his words sharp and filled with authority. He inquired of her whether the goddess's desire was once more to be suspended in the celestial realm, reminiscent of the time when she and the other deities had revolted against him. Yet as she continued to don Aphrodite's belt, the fury of Zeus found no place to dwell within him. With a commanding presence, Zeus summoned Apollo, instructing him to mend the wounded leg of the valiant Trojan champion. Meanwhile, Hector could take up the reins of his men once more and bring to life the strategy crafted by Zeus. The Greeks trembled at the echo of Hector's formidable war cry, a sound reminiscent of a lion's fierce roar. The foes had witnessed his descent, and now he emerged as though untouched by the realm of the departed. As the Greeks relinquished their territory to foes, Patroclus found himself in Achilles' tent, imploring the mightiest of the Greeks to cast aside the weight of his grievances and come to the aid of their beleaguered comrades. With a resolute heart, Achilles declared that if it was the desire of his men, then Patroclus would don his armor and rally his brave Myrmidons to face the Trojans. As Patroclus donned the mighty armor of Achilles, his dear friend imparted a final poignant piece of wisdom. With a commanding voice, Achilles instructed Patroclus to push the Trojans back from the Greek camp, yet cautioned him against chasing after those who fled in fear. Yet his foremost counsel was that his cherished companion ought to refrain from confronting Hector in combat. Unbeknownst to the young Patroclus, he was on the brink of altering the very fate of the war forever. In a desperate clash, the Greeks fought valiantly to safeguard their vessels, determined to thwart the Trojans' fiery intentions. The Trojans felt the thrill of impending triumph, their long-awaited victory tantalizingly close, yet they remained blissfully unaware that fate was poised to take a dramatic turn. The rhythmic clatter of Achilles' chariot wheels, drawn by the celestial steeds Xanthus and Belius, sent shivers through the hearts of the Trojans. With the gleaming armor of Achilles adorning him, Patroclus led the valiant Myrmidons into battle against their foes. In a moment of sheer panic, the Trojans at the front line scattered, driven by a desperate instinct to preserve their lives. In the midst of the chaos, they found themselves relentlessly chased their sides, struck by the fierce thrusts of Greek spears. From the heights of Achilles' chariot, Patroclus unleashed a torrent of skillful strikes, sending Trojans sprawling in droves with his precise spears. Once upon a time, there was Sarpedon, a noble ally of the Trojans, reigning as the king of Lycia, and bearing the divine lineage as the son of Zeus. He was determined to thwart the Achaeans' counterattack. With a mighty bound, Patroclus sprang from the celestial chariot, charging fiercely toward the offspring of Zeus. Sarpedon, a figure of strength and wisdom, found that the passage of time had dulled his once boundless stamina. He found himself ill-prepared to face a warrior of Patroclus's caliber, a man who had honed his skills against the legendary Achilles for the majority of his life. From the heavens, Zeus gazed upon his cherished son teetering on the brink of danger and contemplated stepping in only to be met with reprimands from the other deities. It would be a profound dishonor for the divine to meddle in the fate of mortals, merely to preserve the life of one of their own in an effort to escape the anguish of loss. Zeus accepted the inevitability of Sarpedon's destiny. With grace and agility, Patroclus evaded the fierce thrusts of King Lycian's spear, poised and ready to strike the decisive blow. The Greeks celebrated triumphantly as they removed Sarpedon's magnificent armor and weapons from his lifeless form. Yet dispatched by Zeus, both Thanatos and Hypnos took it upon themselves to return the lifeless form of the fallen king to Lycia, ensuring that the remains of Zeus's son would not be dishonored. In this way, he could receive a respectful farewell in the land of his birth. Patroclus felt a surge of pride swell within him, convincing him that he could spearhead the assault on Troy that day, disregarding Achilles' caution against chasing the Trojans retreating behind their fortifications. At the forefront of the Trojan walls, there stood Hector, a figure of immense strength and valor. Yet Patroclus faced him with unwavering resolve, undeterred by the might of such a legendary warrior. Yet the radiant chapters of Patroclus had come to an end. In a moment, steeped in divine intrigue, Zeus dispatched Apollo on a fateful mission to bring down the man responsible for the tragic demise of his cherished son. In a fateful moment, Patroclus's spear shattered, and the straps securing Achilles' armor to his form gave way, leaving the mighty hero vulnerable and exposed. In that fateful moment, a Trojan warrior by the name of Euphorbus lunged forward, his spear aimed with deadly intent at Patroclus's flank. Hector plunged his spear deep into the heart of Achilles' beloved companion. As Patroclus lay dying at his feet, Hector scoffed at him, branding him a fool for believing he could conquer Troy that day, declaring instead that the vultures of Troy would soon feast upon his lifeless body. With the last of his strength, Patroclus declared that Hector was boasting about a triumph that truly belonged to another. In the grand tapestry of fate, the most profound wound he endured was struck by the mighty hands of Zeus and Apollo. Following that, it was Euphorbus who delivered his mark, and only thereafter did the blow from the Trojan prince arrive. The Greek hero proclaimed that in slaying him, he had drawn upon himself the very shadow of death that now enveloped Hector, for Achilles' vengeance would descend with great weight upon the Trojan. Hector would bear Achilles' armor back to Troy, a symbol of victory, and set it upon an altar to pay homage to the gods. In the midst of the chaos, the Trojans and Greeks clashed fiercely, their eyes fixed on the lifeless form of Patroclus, a symbol of honor and loss. As the formidable Ajax stepped onto the scene, the Greeks triumphed in their quest to recover Patroclus's body, returning it to the safety of their camp. The tidings of Patroclus's demise shifted the very tide of the conflict. In the stillness of his tent, Achilles remained unaware of the fierce clashes unfolding beyond the Trojan wall. Antilochus, the son of the venerable Nestor, came bearing tidings that were far from cheerful. The messenger bore the sorrowful news of Patroclus's demise, and the heart of Peleus' son was engulfed in anguish. Achilles was tormented by the haunting realization that his dearest friend had disregarded his counsel, choosing to confront Hector instead. Patroclus's carelessness had led to his untimely demise. To add to the turmoil, Hector had claimed Achilles' splendid armor as his own. The sorrowful hero made his way to the shore, his anguished wails echoing through the air, drawing the attention of his mother, who emerged from the waves to uncover the source of his distress. With a heavy heart, Achilles recounted the tragic tale of his dear friend's demise and the sorrowful fate of his armor. He found himself unable to exact his vengeance on Hector, stripped of his weapons. Yet Thetis comforted her son, promising that she would come back the following day, bearing armor even more magnificent than what had come before. With it, he would embark on the journey to to fulfill his destiny. Thetis ascended to Olympus, where she discovered Hephaestus laboring in his celestial forges. With a heart full of hope, she beseeched the craftsman deity to bestow upon her cherished son a suit of new armor. Hephaestus carried a profound sense of gratitude towards Thetis. She had offered him refuge when he was cast down from Olympus. He promised her that he would craft for Achilles the most splendid armor ever witnessed by mankind. Ajax made his way back to the Greek camp, bearing the lifeless form of Patroclus, as his fellow warriors valiantly defended against the relentless onslaught of the Trojans, who surged forward like ravenous beasts. Then, though stripped of his weapons, Achilles stepped forth and unleashed a thunderous battle cry that sent tremors of fear through the hearts of all the Trojan warriors. At long last, the remains of the fallen hero found their sanctuary. In a moment of divine intervention, the goddess Hera urged the sun god Helios to plunge into the ocean, bringing an untimely close to yet another day of fierce battle. She understood that Achilles, stripped of his armor, would be unable to guide the Greeks into battle. Under the cloak of night, the Trojans gathered around their camp, voices hushed as they deliberated on the next steps to take against the looming walls of their city. A Trojan nobleman implored his comrades to seek refuge within the city walls, for the wrath of Achilles would be unyielding. Yet Hector and his fellow nobles stood resolute, unwilling to cower behind the fortress walls, for they believed the gods favored their cause. In the heart of the Greek camp, a noble soul lingered through the night, grieving for the valiant and untamed hero who dared to seize the city in a single audacious day. Achilles commanded that the body of Patroclus be kept safe and honored. Only after the hero returned with the body of Hector, the one who had taken lives, would the funeral rites be bestowed in honor of the fallen. The following morning, Thetis found herself before Achilles' tent, adorned in the newly crafted armor and shield masterpieces forged by the most talented of the divine beings. With a flourish, Achilles slipped into his new armor, its golden hue gleaming with a brilliance that rivaled the very sun itself. Never before had a man donned armor of such breathtaking splendor. Pelides summoned the esteemed Greek nobles, for he bore a significant declaration to share with them. Before the assembly of noblemen, Achilles found common ground with Agamemnon, reflecting on the missed opportunity for resolution from the very first day. Agamemnon expressed his regrets to the hero for the deep offense caused, yet he insisted that all his actions were dictated by the will of the gods, a force no mortal could dare to defy. Agamemnon, in a moment of reckoning, restored to Achilles all the treasures that had been taken from him, including the beloved Briseis, the slave whom the son of Peleus cherished above all else. Upon gazing at Patroclus's lifeless form, tears streamed down her face, for he had always shown her great kindness. With a fierce resolve, Achilles took the helm of the Greek army, charging forth to seek vengeance for the loss of his beloved Patroclus. With unwavering confidence, the Greeks advanced, for at their side stood the greatest warrior the world had ever known. In a clash of valor, Achilles and his brave companions faced their adversaries in battle. Those who ventured to challenge Pelides' fury found themselves face to face with Charon, the ferryman of the underworld. With a rage that knew no bounds, Achilles unleashed his fury upon the Trojans and their allies, claiming their lives by the dozen. The deities observed the fury of Achilles, and Zeus, perceiving the unfolding events, realized that the hero might conclude the war by day's end. Thus, he granted the gods the freedom to intervene in the conflict as they deemed fit. In the grand tapestry of conflict, Hera, Athena, and Poseidon stood resolutely with the Greeks, while Apollo, Ares, and Aphrodite lent their allegiances to the Trojans. As the deities clashed upon the battlefield, the conflict resumed its course, guided by the intricate design woven by the Moirai, the revered ladies of fate. Ares united his strength against Athena, fueled by the lingering fury from her aid to the hero Diomedes, which had left him wounded. The mighty goddess, with a display of her formidable power, cast her brother down to the earth, mocking him for daring to believe he could stand alongside Zeus's cherished daughter. Aphrodite positioned herself between Athena and Ares, a shield for her beloved. Yet Athena unleashed a formidable blow to the heart of the goddess of love. She collapsed beside Ares, and Athena proclaimed that this was the rightful fate for those who had allied with the despised Trojans. In that vicinity, Poseidon playfully challenged Apollo to a duel. Yet the wise god responded with a retort, declaring it beneath their grandeur to clash over the affairs of mere mortals. Artemis, aligned with the Trojans, playfully mocked her brother for his reluctance to confront their uncle, declaring that his bow and arrows were of no value. With a swift motion, Hera seized the bow from Artemis's grasp and turned the very weapon against her, delivering a blow that echoed with the weight of their rivalry. She gently conveyed to her that a child like her was not meant to linger in that place, suggesting instead that she venture into the forest to play with her beloved pets. With tears streaming down her face, Artemis approached her formidable father, seeking solace in his embrace as she poured out her heart, prompting him to inquire about the source of her pain. The hunting goddess spoke, revealing that Hera was the one to blame, and that his wife was intent on sowing discord between the gods and mortals, taking delight in the chaos it caused. In the face of divine meddling, Achilles pressed forward with unwavering resolve, his singular focus on reclaiming Hector's head. He was prepared to dismantle the very gates, with his own strength dragging the Trojan prince by his hair, if that was what it took. With unwavering determination, Achilles advanced toward the city of Troy, as panic-stricken Trojans scattered in fear. Yet amidst the chaos, there stood a man, unafraid of the fearsome offspring of Thetis, the noble Dardan prince Aeneas. Achilles mocked the prince, deeming him a fool for thinking that by vanquishing the champion of the Achaeans, he would ascend to the throne of the Trojans only after Priam's demise, as foretold by an ancient prophecy. He remarked that confronting him would merely hasten his encounter with Charon, the ferryman of the underworld. Aeneas responded, asserting that he had no intention of trading barbs. To make his way to Troy, he would need to step over him. In a grand display of valor, the two noble heroes stepped forth to engage in a fierce duel. Aeneas poured his heart into the fray, skillfully launching his own assaults, while deftly evading the strikes of Peleus's son. In contrast, Achilles engaged in battle with a bold flair, almost as if he were dancing before the captivated warriors who beheld the clash. From afar, Poseidon observed the fierce contest unfolding among the heroes. Despite his disdain for the Trojans, he understood that the divine forces had no desire for Aeneas to meet his end at the hands of Achilles. Upon sensing the prince's significant limitations, he understood that action was imperative. Aeneas found himself in a moment of vulnerability, while Achilles stood poised, prepared to deliver the decisive strike. Yet from the depths of the sea, Poseidon summoned a cloud that veiled Achilles' sight. the divine being would guide Aeneas to safety, far from the clutches of his foe. As the mist lifted, the Dardanian hero had vanished from sight. Achilles came to understand that Aeneas held a special place in the hearts of the divine. In the heat of battle, the Myrmidons clashed fiercely with the Trojan forces, avenging the fallen Patroclus by claiming the lives of countless Trojans. In a fierce clash, Achilles and his loyal Myrmidons captured numerous foes, adding to their storied legacy. Among them were the esteemed offspring of the most illustrious Trojan lineages. Yet on this occasion, Achilles was resolute. He would not exchange them for any lavish reward. As the sun dipped below the horizon, their lives were destined to be laid at the feet of the gods, a solemn offering amidst the mournful echoes of Patroclus's farewell. In the midst of the raging conflict, tensions reached a boiling point. On that fateful day, Achilles unleashed his fury upon the enemy warriors by the banks of the river Scamander, claiming more lives than ever before. The crimson essence of the fallen trickled into the river, staining its waters with a haunting hue. With fierce determination, Achilles plunged into the river's depths, pursuing the Trojans as they sought to flee from his wrath. Yet, for many who evaded the hero's fearsome spear, a grimmer destiny awaited them as they succumbed to the river's depths, burdened by the weight of their armor. Yet Scamander, the mighty river deity who bestowed his name upon the flowing waters, seethed with fury at Achilles for tainting his sacred stream, vowing that such an affront would not go unavenged. The furious river deity conjured a colossal wall of water, hurling it with great force towards Achilles. Achilles found himself at the mercy of the fierce water whirlwind conjured by Scamander. His magnificent armor, forged by divine hands, held no value without the breath of life within him. Yet Hera, ever watchful, refused to let Achilles meet his fate and sought the aid of her son Hephaestus. From the depths of the forges, the god summoned a fierce flame that consumed the river, granting Achilles a chance to slip away from the clutches of death. Once he regained his composure, Achilles set forth toward the Trojan gates, ready to confront Hector in a fierce quest for vengeance for the loss of his beloved friend. For nearly 10 years, amidst the clamor of battle, both men and deities held their breath in anticipation of the fateful clash between the two most formidable champions of the Trojan War. In the heart of ancient Greece, Achilles, the mighty champion, found himself consumed by a fierce desire to avenge the loss of his dear friend Patroclus. Meanwhile, Hector, the valiant defender of Troy, stood resolute, fighting for the honor of his homeland, his people, and his cherished family. As he moved forward, the fire of animosity blazed in Achilles' eyes, directed squarely at his foe. Though unseen by mortal gaze, Phobos, the embodiment of dread, lingered beside him. Hector felt a chilling wave of fear wash over him, and the primal urge to survive compelled the brave warrior to turn and run. 3 paintings lined up in a row. From the ancient walls of Troy, King Priam, alongside his wife Hecuba and their noble princes, anxiously beheld the scene unfold as Hector was relentlessly pursued by Achilles, a fierce hunter in search of his prey. Hector deftly evaded the arrows and javelins hurled by the fierce warriors in pursuit of Achilles. The son of Peleus raised his voice, commanding his warriors to cease their assault on the Trojan prince, for he knew that such an act would lead Hector's spirit directly to the realm of the dead. With a mighty call, Zeus summoned forth his golden scales, for the moment had arrived to determine the destiny of Hector. His destiny was measured, and the scale tipped in favor of Achilles, ascending toward the heights of glory, while Hector's fate sank into the shadows of Hades. The gods had woven the threads of Hector's destiny, sealing his fate with their divine hands. With a commanding presence, Zeus summoned Athena to descend to the earthly realm, tasking her with the solemn duty of ensuring that the fate woven for the warriors by the Murai would be fulfilled. Athena leaned in close to Achilles, her voice a soft murmur, urging him to cease his chase of the foe, promising instead to inspire him for the battle ahead. Hector heard the call of his brother Deiphobus, and a wave of joy washed over him at the thought of having his brother beside him in such a crucial moment. With newfound bravery coursing through his veins, the prince stood poised to confront the legendary Achaean champion at long last. Hector sought to forge a pact with Achilles, one that would ensure the body of the fallen warrior from their duel would be returned to his comrades, allowing for the sacred rights and honors to be bestowed upon him. Yet Achilles retorted, declaring that no pact could exist between lions and men, for it was the divine will that would bestow upon him the triumph. He would cast the prince's lifeless form to the eager jaws of the ravenous hounds. Before the formidable gates of Troy, the two greatest warriors stood face to face as the Trojans above, peering down from their lofty walls, held their breath in anticipation. This confrontation has the potential to alter the course of the conflict. With a fierce determination, Hector hurled his spear toward Pelides, yet the latter deftly evaded the attack, thanks to the divine armor gifted by Hephaestus. The Trojan prince called out for his brother to pass him his spear, yet Deiphobus was nowhere to be found. Hector came to the profound understanding that he had been misled by the divine discovering that Athena had taken on the guise of his brother to spur him into action. Even in the face of divine abandonment, Hector steeled himself against the creeping shadows of fear this time. With a fierce determination, he unsheathed his sword and surged ahead to confront his destiny. Upon the ancient walls, the king and queen's hearts trembled for their cherished son, their minds heavy with the looming shadow of despair that would envelop their kingdom should Hector meet his end. In a fierce clash of valor, the prince stood resolute, facing off against the mightiest warrior the world had ever known. The champions clashed in a duel that unfolded like a perilous dance, each move a testament to their skill and resolve. In the blink of an eye, Achilles grasped the essence of Hector's combat style. No adversary's strikes could touch him, and now he awaited the moment when the prince would unveil a weakness, the pivotal turn that would determine the outcome of their clash. With unwavering courage, Hector advanced to confront the son of Peleus. In a moment of unparalleled precision, Achilles delivered a decisive strike, severing Hector's neck with a single fateful blow. The epic confrontation was about to unfold. Wails of anguish and sorrow echoed through the Trojan walls as the people lamented the loss of their most honorable hero. In a moment of profound despair, Princess Andromache, the beloved wife of Hector, fell to the ground, her heart shattered by the news of her husband's demise, leaving their dear child Astyanax to face the world alone. With the spear lodged deep in his neck, Hector pleaded with Achilles to return his body to his grieving parents for a hefty ransom of gold. Yet the merciless Achilles coldly refused, his heart hardened against the fallen warrior. His body lay there, destined to be consumed by the dogs and vultures that wandered the Greek camp. With his final breath, Hector unleashed a curse upon Achilles, proclaiming that the mighty god Apollo would take up the mantle of vengeance on his behalf. Yet Achilles proclaimed that he held no fear for his encounter with Thanatos. He had fulfilled his fate by vanquishing the greatest of the Trojans, and his name would echo through the ages, celebrated for generations to come. Though Hector's spirit journeyed to the realm of Hades, his earthly form would endure a fate filled with deep humiliation. With a swift motion, Achilles secured the prince's ankles with a sturdy rope, tethering him to the chariot, as if weaving a tale of fate and consequence. With a fierce determination, Achilles pulled Hector's lifeless body behind his chariot, parading it through the streets of Troy. Each citizen bore witness to the grim spectacle, a stark reminder that their valiant champion had fallen, and with him the last flicker of hope for the city had been extinguished. As the grim scene unfolded before him, with his son's lifeless form being pulled across the ground, Priam felt an overwhelming urge to leap from the heights and end his own suffering. Yet his sons, filled with desperation and love, restrained him from taking that fateful plunge. In the midst of chaos, Hecuba, the queen, was wailing and rending her hair in despair. With a fierce determination, Achilles pulled Hector's lifeless form across the ground, the dust rising around him as he made his way to the Greek camp. Along the path, the Greek warriors gathered their voices, rising in a chorus of admiration, honoring his hard-won triumph. With vengeance fulfilled, Achilles finally prepared to honor his loyal companion Patroclus with a fitting farewell. With a resounding sense of victory, Achilles made his way back to the Greek camp, the lifeless form of the Trojan warrior in his grasp. Hector, the very specter that haunted the dreams of countless Achaean warriors, instilling fear of their inevitable clash on the battlefield. With his vow honored, Achilles commanded the commencement of Patroclus's funeral rites. The air was thick with solemnity as animal sacrifices began, while Hector's lifeless form was decreed to be cast upon the earth, left to the whims of the scavenging dogs. In the stillness of night, Achilles found himself graced by the haunting presence of Patroclus's spirit. With a voice filled with urgency, the spirit implored his dear friend to hasten the funeral rites, for he was being denied passage into the realm of the dead. With a heavy heart, Achilles extended his apologies to his companion, vowing to hasten the sacred ritual that lay before them. Patroclus brought to Achilles' mind the destiny that awaited him on the battlefield. He gently urged him to leave a space beside his friend's grave, a place where he could find his final rest. In this manner, they found solace in each other's company, having shared their lives since the days of their youth. At the command of Achilles, 12 Trojan prisoners met their fate, their lives extinguished by the sharp edge of swords driven by the overwhelming thirst for vengeance that consumed the Pelides. In a poignant moment, Achilles offered his flowing locks as a heartfelt tribute to his fallen companion. Achilles had vowed to his father that he would offer the locks to the river god of his homeland upon his return. He implored the divine for mercy, for his path had strayed from the destined course of his sacred vow. With a flicker and a blaze, the grand pyre was ignited, and at long last, Achilles fulfilled his vow. Patroclus's spirit journeyed into the depths of Hades, where it discovered solace in the serene Elysian fields. Under the cloak of night, the divine Aphrodite anointed Hector's cup with a sacred ambrosia, ensuring that his lifeless form remained untouched by decay, even as the elements raged around it. She maintained a vigilant gaze upon the lifeless form, warding off the hungry dogs eager to indulge in the remains. Achilles remained in a state of unease. He bound Hector's lifeless form to his chariot once more, pulling the remains of his foe in a grim procession around Patroclus's funeral pyre again and again. In the quiet solitude of his tent, Achilles found himself graced by the presence of Thetis, his celestial mother. Noticing her son's distress, she gently urged him to bring Hector's body back to his kin. The deities looked down with discontent upon the actions of Peleus's son, for he had shown disrespect to the remains of a noble warrior. Achilles declared that if it was the will of the gods, he would permit the return of the body. In a moment, steeped in fate, Iris, the celestial envoy, approached Priam, bearing the weighty news that the king must journey to Achilles' tent to reclaim the lifeless form of his cherished son. He felt a sense of reassurance, for the divine watchfulness would be his shield. The sons of Priam sought to persuade him against his departure. Should he fall into the hands of the Achaeans, the city of Troy would face dire consequences. Yet the king lamented that all his cherished sons had perished, leaving him with only the most wretched of them remaining. He would go to great lengths to reclaim the remains of his beloved son. With a heart full of uncertainty, Priam approached the Greeks' camp in a humble donkey-drawn cart, pondering the reception that awaited him. As the king journeyed forth, he crossed paths with a man who offered his assistance in gaining entry to the Achaeans' camp. Priam sensed that this mysterious figure must surely be a messenger from the divine. Upon reaching the gates of the Greek camp, the enigmatic figure issued a command for them to be opened, and his request was promptly heeded. Priam felt the presence of a divine being beside him, and indeed, he was correct. By the decree of Zeus, Hermes was summoned to guide the king, ensuring his journey was secure. Achilles was surprised to see a dignified elder enter his tent. In a moment, steeped in profound humility, Priam knelt before the man who had brought about the demise of nearly all his sons, grasping his knees with a heart full of sorrow. He urged Achilles to keep in mind Peleus, his aged father, who likely shared the same years as Priam, and the deep longing he felt for his son's safe return, or at the very least, for his remains. He spoke of having lost more than 50 sons, yet he could not bear to part with the body of the one who was truly deserving of safeguarding the city. Thus he bore with him a bountiful ransom, a treasure of great worth. Moved by the king's words, Achilles rose to his feet. He proclaimed that Priam's anguish would be profound, granting him the fortitude to confront the fiercest of Greeks with a heart of iron pulsing within his chest. With a heavy heart, Achilles vowed to return Hector's lifeless form to his grieving father. He had vowed to his celestial mother that he would fulfill this promise. After enduring such immense pressure, the king finally found solace and let his burdens slip away. In the shelter of Peleus's tent, he dined and found solace. Since the tragic passing of his son, he had neither tasted food nor found solace in sleep. As dawn approached, Priam and his celestial companion set forth bearing the lifeless form of the illustrious hero Hector, all while keeping their secret from Agamemnon, who remained unaware of the Trojan king's presence in his midst. With a heavy heart, Achilles expressed his sorrow to the spirit of Patroclus, promising that the portion of the ransom meant for Hector would be placed at his final resting place. With a heavy heart, Priam journeyed toward Troy, carrying the solemn promise of an 11-day cease for a sacred time to honor the preparations for the funeral of the bravest Trojan. The Trojans, caught in a whirlwind of emotions, celebrated and mourned as their king bore the lifeless form of the Trojan prince. With the gentle touch of Aphrodite, Hector's body lay in a state of tranquil preservation, as if he were merely lost in a peaceful slumber. Andromache, the beloved wife of the hero, clutched her husband's lifeless head, her heart heavy with sorrow. She lamented the void his absence had created, leaving her a widow and their young son vulnerable to the relentless pursuit of the Greeks. They would not permit the unfortunate Astyanax to mature and pursue retribution. On the 11th day of the truce, the grand funeral pyre for Hector was ignited in the heart of Troy. All the city's inhabitants mourned the loss of the singular hero who stood as Troy's shield against the advancing Greeks, now journeying to the realm of shadows. A poignant chapter of the Trojan War had come to a close. Even in the absence of its champion, the city would persist in its struggle, battling fiercely until its very last breath. Countless renowned warriors had already met their fate in the Trojan War, yet none resonated as deeply as the tragic fall of the Trojan prince Hector. In the absence of their guiding force, the spirit of the Trojan people lay in ruins. The armistice, put forth by Achilles, granting Hector the dignity of a proper funeral, was drawing to a close. Agamemnon led his warriors to the forefront of the Trojan walls, boldly calling out to his adversaries for a clash in the open field. Yet the Trojans lacked the valor to emerge from the formidable walls crafted by divine hands. They glimpsed the ominous shadow of Thanatos lurking at every turn, a foreboding omen that the city's downfall was imminent. King Priam mourned the loss of his many sons in the war, yet his sorrow deepened at the thought that only his most timid sons remained, Paris and Deiphobus. In their grasp lay the destiny of Troy, for the king was reluctant to entrust the city's leadership to the valiant Aeneans. In the shadows of fate, a prophecy lingered, whispering of a great champion destined to uphold the revered Trojan tradition. Yet the king, wary of such a mantle, had no desire to bestow that honor upon the son of Anchises. As the radiant goddess Aurora graced the sky, heralding the dawn of a new day, a glimmer of hope emerged on the horizon. In a realm where courage knew no bounds, there existed the fierce and untamed Amazons, formidable warriors, the proud daughters of Ares, who charged into battle astride their wild steeds. Penthesilea, the queen of the Amazons, possessed a beauty that captivated all, and her armor shimmered like the sun itself. She bore a striking resemblance to the daughter of the radiant goddess of dawn. The arrival of the fearsome fighters, undaunted by any foe, ignited a flame of bravery within the hearts of the Trojan warriors. With the fierce daughters of Ares at the helm, the Trojans emerged from their fortified stronghold, ready to confront the Greek army once more. As the Amazons surged forward, the Greek line stood in awe, their eyes widening at the sight of a formidable army of women, fierce and proud, riding valiantly upon their steeds. Their assault was terrifying, as if it drew strength from Ares, their father, and the fierce deity of war. As the Greeks hastily retreated towards their ships, the fierce queen Penthesilea was hot on their heels, her glorious axe bestowed upon her by the god of war, slicing through the ranks and claiming the lives of dozens of warriors. In a moment of unexpected chaos, Achilles and Ajax found themselves taken aback by the Greeks' frantic retreat. They called out to the men to restore the defensive lines once more. At the very forefront of their army stood Achilles and Ajax, ready to face whatever lay ahead. Inspired by the valor of the two legendary champions, the Greeks rallied once more, plunging into a fierce and chaotic clash. In a fierce clash upon the sacred grounds of Troy, the valiant Achilles, the fierce Trojans, and the formidable Amazons unleashed a torrent of bloodshed, marking one of the war's most brutal encounters. Once more, Achilles took to the battlefield, wielding the legendary spear of Peleus, shifting the tide in favor of the Greeks. Yet Penthesilea stood undaunted, for no man could instill fear in her heart. Not even the formidable son of Thetis could shake the resolve of the queen of the Amazons. With a fierce determination, she sat astride her steed and launched a spear towards the valiant hero. With a swift motion, Achilles deflected the strike and commanded that his war chariot be summoned to his side. The quest was to track down the valiant Amazon. With the divine steeds Balius and Xanthus leading the charge, Achilles raced after the fierce warrior queen, who relentlessly unleashed her barrage of projectiles upon him. Penthesilea spun on her heel, her axe gleaming as she lifted it high. Achilles marveled at the bravery of the dauntless warrior, who seemed to embody the very essence of Athena. With unwavering courage, the queen of the Amazons surged ahead to confront the champion of the gods in a climactic battle. With a swift thrust, Achilles drove his spear into the horse's flank, delivering a powerful blow to the Amazon's midsection. The queen and her noble steed lay gravely injured, their fates intertwined in a tragic tale. With a heavy heart, Achilles stepped forward to behold the fallen form of Penthesilea. He was taken aback, astonished that a woman would dare to stand up to him. In a moment of sheer awe, as the formidable Hector quaked before him, he gently lifted the queen's helmet, revealing a surprise that would echo through the ages. She was not just a woman. She was a vision of beauty, one of the most enchanting girls he had ever laid eyes on. Moved by the queen's bravery, Achilles chose not to take her weapons and armor, breaking from his usual practice. With great reverence, Achilles brought Penthesilea's body back to her people, allowing them the opportunity to prepare a funeral that would celebrate her remarkable legacy. She had shown a courage that surpassed that of many of the renowned warriors who battled in the war. With the fearless Amazon warriors vanquished, the Greeks set their sights on the looming Trojan walls, readying themselves for the impending assault. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sound of craftsmen at work filled the air, for they were busy crafting towering ladders, each one a gateway for the brave warriors to ascend the formidable walls that stood before them. In Troy, the esteemed elite of Ilium found themselves in a state of utter desperation. Whispers filled the air, suggesting that Helen of Troy ought to be surrendered to the Greeks, a move that might quell their wrath and spare the city of Troy from a dire destiny. Yet Paris regarded all of this as utterly unfathomable. He proclaimed that the act of returning Helen would not in any manner quell the fierce thirst for battle that coursed through the veins of the Greek warriors. In that instant, the Ethiopian prince Memnon emerged at the forefront of his valiant army of African warriors. His skin was as dark as the deepest night, rich and profound. He possessed a strength akin to that of a mighty bull, a force so formidable that the only fitting comparison was to the legendary Achilles. And much like the son of Thetis, Memnon too was blessed with divine lineage. Born of the radiant goddess Aurora and Tithonus, he was the sibling of the illustrious king Priam of Troy. And much like the ancient Greeks, he too possessed celestial armor, crafted by the deity of forges. Memnon rallied his warriors for a fierce clash with the Greeks, where the air was thick with the scent of conflict and valor. In the shadows, the Dark Prince wove a tale of despair, claiming the lives of countless Greeks. He appeared invincible, leaving the Greeks in a state of astonishment, for they believed they would never again encounter a foe as formidable as Hector. Achilles yearned to confront him, yet his celestial mother intervened, halting his advance. She cautioned him that this foe had the power to end his life within the next day. Thus, Memnon continued to battle ever, in search of a worthy adversary to challenge his might. Upon his chariot, the venerable King Nestor of Pylos guided the Greek forces striving to shield them from the overwhelming advance of the African army. In a moment of keen insight, the Ethiopian prince understood that by removing the Greek commander from the equation, he would leave the adversaries without guidance, paving the way for a triumphant victory for his people. As Memnon approached Nestor, the valiant Antilochus stepped forward, positioning himself between the fierce warrior and his venerable father, ready to shield him from harm. With a swift and decisive motion, the African prince drove his spear deep into the chest of Nestor's valiant son. The aged monarch struggled to fend off Memnon, striving to shield his son's lifeless form from the grasp of the looter. The Ethiopian declared that he would never have laid siege to the aged monarch. In the fervor of the clash, he charged forward, unaware of the wisdom and age that stood before him. Antilochus held a special place in Achilles' heart, much like Patroclus did. Thus, the mighty Greek warrior cast aside his mother's wise counsel and sought vengeance by confronting Memnon in battle. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the two great warriors faced each other, their eyes locked in fierce determination. The Ethiopian prince, with his unmatched skill and valor, emerged as a truly formidable opponent in this epic clash of might. He possessed great strength and remarkable skill. Achilles sensed that this warrior mirrored his prowess in nearly every aspect. That warrior could very well be fated to end his life, just as the ancient tales foretold since his youth. With a swift motion, Achilles drove his spear into the shoulder of the African prince, yet the impact ignited a fiercer resolve within Memnon, propelling him to battle with an unmatched fervor unlike any adversary before. With heavy hearts, Thetis and Aurora observed the fierce duel unfolding between their beloved sons. In the heart of the battle, it was clear that only one would emerge victorious from the clash. Each implored Zeus to bestow his favor upon their beloved sons, yet he proclaimed that the destiny of every warrior had already been woven by the Moirai. Not even he could defy the enchanting forces woven by the ladies of fate. With a swift strike, Memnon's spear found its mark, piercing Achilles' hand and leaving the Greeks in stunned disbelief as they witnessed their legendary hero bleed so profusely. The goddess of dawn lingered behind her son, unveiling the hidden vulnerability of Achilles, his heels. Memnon sought to catch his foe off guard with a swift strike to his heels, yet Achilles, the nimble champion, sprang forth to confront him. In a single, fateful strike, he brought an end to Memnon's existence. The form of the African prince was whisked away by the divine spirits of the winds. Thus akin to Sarpedon, he was laid to rest with all that was rightfully his. Having vanquished that formidable foe, Achilles felt invincible, ready to charge forth against the towering walls of Troy in pursuit of unparalleled glory. In the climactic moments of the siege, Achilles led the charge against the formidable walls of Troy, his presence a beacon of strength and determination. On that fateful day, he set his sights on conquering the city, and the winds of fortune seemed to blow in his favor. With their towering ladders in hand, the Greeks set forth to ascend the formidable walls, while the Trojans rallied with fervent determination to defend their stronghold. Aeneas guided the Trojans beyond the fortress's embrace. Should the great stairs remain intact, the fate of the city would hang in the balance. With each fearsome strike, Achilles relentlessly ushered the Trojans into the realm of Hades. The resolve of the defenders was beginning to wane. In a moment of sheer terror, the Trojans turned to escape, their hearts racing, as Achilles, fierce and relentless, drove Peleus's spear through their ranks. In a moment of divine intervention, Apollo manifested before Achilles, commanding him to halt his relentless march, for fate had decreed that he would never breach the formidable Trojan walls. Yet Achilles paid him no mind, commanding the god to return to the company of the other deities. If he dared to intervene, Apollo would soon feel the sharp bite of Peleus's spear. Apollo yielded to the reckless Greek warrior, yet he could not allow such an affront to pass unchallenged. The skilled archer, Paris, concentrated with all his might. Guided by the radiant deity, he unleashed a powerful arrow that struck with fury. With the divine guidance of Apollo, the prince's arrow found its mark, striking Achilles' heel, the lone vulnerability of the great warrior. Achilles was nearly untouchable, for his divine mother had conducted a sacred ritual immersing him in the waters of a holy river. Yet the singular vulnerable spot on his body remained his heel, untouched by the water's embrace. With a grievous wound, his lifeblood poured forth, painting the ground in a vivid testament to his struggle. Achilles, with a voice that echoed through the battlefield, denounced the one who dared to strike him from the shadows, branding him a coward for lacking the bravery to confront him directly. Despite everything, Achilles found the strength to rise once more. With a fierce determination, he pressed onward, striking down a handful of foes before the weight of exhaustion finally took hold. In a moment that left all in awe, Achilles fell to the earth, the clang of his armor resonating across the battlefield like a thunderous echo. The mightiest of all champions had breathed their last. In a grand display of triumph, Paris reveled in the defeat of the mightiest Greek warrior, commanding the Trojans to seize the legendary weapons and armor of Achilles. The once fleeing Trojan soldiers surged forth, driven by a fierce desire to lay claim to the fallen hero's body. With a thunderous presence, Ajax emerged, brandishing his formidable warhammer, to drive back the Trojans who dared to lay claim to Achilles' lifeless form. With a clever maneuver, Odysseus shielded the mighty Ajax, allowing him to hoist the fallen Achilles upon his shoulders and embark on the journey back to the Greek camp. With a display of his immense power, Ajax swiftly made his way to the camp. Whispers echoed through the air, cautioning that for this act of bravery, a steep toll awaited him. With every ounce of strength spent, Ajax fulfilled his quest and brought back the lifeless form of his cherished companion. Achilles' body was treated with the utmost reverence, and the Greeks, united in sorrow, lamented the loss of their most illustrious champion. Thetis emerged from the depths of the sea, her heart heavy as she prepared to say goodbye to the son she had fought so fiercely to protect from his destined path. With her tears cascading over her son's lifeless form, she created a poignant tableau that stirred the hearts of all who bore witness to that sorrowful moment. Upon a grand funeral, pyre fit for the mightiest of kings, Achilles was laid to rest in flames that danced and flickered, honoring his legendary life. Next to the remains of his cherished friend Patroclus, his bones found their final resting place. Once more, they found themselves in the enchanting embrace of the Elysian fields. In the wake of Achilles' funeral, the divine Thetis, mother of the great hero, presented her son's armor to the Achaeans. It was destined for the one who had offered the most profound aid to the son of Peleus and Thetis. Ajax believed himself the sole individual deserving of such a distinction, for it was he who had liberated the hero's body from the clutches of the Trojan warriors. Yet Odysseus raised his voice in protest, declaring that he alone was worthy of claiming Achilles' breastplate as his rightful inheritance. Ajax seethed with rage towards Odysseus. He asserted that likening the two was utterly absurd, akin to drawing a parallel between a dog and a lion. The giant proclaimed that were it not for his intervention, Achilles would find his head upon a stake, and his spirit would wander the banks of the river Acheron. Odysseus countered, asserting that without his presence, which held nearly a dozen Trojans at bay, Ajax would never have managed to carry the body. It was he who discovered Achilles and persuaded him to join the battle. Without that pivotal moment, the fate of the entire Greek expedition would have been sealed in darkness. Old Nestor proposed a contest to determine who, among them, truly deserved such a prestigious accolade. Before the gathered crowd, Ajax and Odysseus stood tall passionately, advocating for their respective causes. Ajax, a figure of valor and honor, found himself lacking the gift of eloquence. Yet Odysseus possessed a silver tongue, enchanting all with the magic of his words. Menelaus and Agamemnon swayed the council, persuading them to bestow their weapons upon Odysseus. Some took these actions to hinder Ajax from gaining further prestige and power. As Ajax beheld Odysseus, adorned in the divine armor crafted by Hephaestus, a fierce rage surged within him, overwhelming his senses to the point of sickness, leaving him on the brink of collapse. He stood frozen before the crowd, his face a mask of stillness, betraying no emotion. Within the confines of his tent, he appeared to find solace from his affliction, yet the fire of indignation still burned within him, fueled by the sting of the humiliation he had endured. He sought vengeance against the Atreidae for their treachery against him. In that instant, the divine Athena emerged from the shadows, casting a veil over his thoughts. Ajax found himself in a whirlwind of emotions. Emerging from the tent weapon in hand, he was resolute in his quest for vengeance. Two of Agamemnon's guards attempted to halt his advance, but their efforts were in vain. In that moment, he caught sight of Atreus's two sons, their expressions a mix of surprise and fear, as they beheld the scornful visage of Ajax. The colossal figure surged ahead, driven by a fierce desire for battle, targeting Menelaus and Agamemnon with unrelenting fury. With a fierce blow, Ajax delivered a fatal wound to Menelaus. In that fateful moment, he tightened his grip around Agamemnon, drawing the life from him until his final breath slipped away into the silence. Even after vanquishing the sons of Atreus, Ajax's desire for vengeance lingered an insatiable fire within him. He approached Odysseus's tent and pulled him out into the open. His adversary would linger longer than the rest. With a firm grip, he secured him to the stone and unleashed a flurry of strikes upon him. In that moment, the haze brought on by Athena began to lift, and Ajax came to the startling realization that he was in fact beating a ram. The onlookers stood frozen, their faces a mix of disbelief and horror, as they took in the bizarre spectacle before them. In the midst of the grim task, he envisioned the lambs as Menelaus and Agamemnon, their names echoing in his cries as he brought them to their end. Once more, he faced the sting of humiliation in front of the crowd, and with a heavy heart, he fled to the sanctuary of his tent. He summoned Tecmessa, the one he had taken as his wife, and with a heavy heart, he expressed his inability to endure the shame any longer, declaring his intent to leave this world behind. His wife and son would embark on a quest to find Teucer, his brother, in order to escape the looming threat of enslavement by the Greek leaders. With a sword pressed firmly against his chest, Ajax surrendered to the earth, embracing his fate with a dramatic plunge. The valiant warrior, renowned as the second greatest in the war, just behind Achilles, has met his end. Agamemnon sought to strip him of the honor of a proper farewell, for he had turned his back on all. Had it not been for Athena's divine intervention, Ajax would have surely brought death upon him and his brother. Yet Odysseus, with his persuasive words, swayed the highest authority to lay the hero to rest, bestowing upon him the reverence befitting a valiant warrior. Were it not for Ajax and his mighty shield, the flames of the Trojans would have consumed every Greek vessel upon the shore. Through the noble intervention of the king of Ithaca, the formidable Ajax was shrouded in honor, celebrated as a valiant warrior. Concern weighed heavily on the minds of the Greek leaders. The loss of two of their mightiest champions, Achilles and Ajax, cast a shadow over the quest to seize the city of Troy. Though they had diminished their foes, an enigmatic force beyond their understanding held the Achaeans back from breaching the formidable Trojan wall. With the guidance of Odysseus, the seer Chalcis uncovered the prophecies foretold by Helenus, the son of Priam, who possessed visions of fate. They safeguarded the city of Ilium with unwavering resolve. Chalcis shared with the Greek leaders the profound truth that the mighty city of Troy could only fall to those wielding the legendary weapons of the great hero Hercules. Moreover, the city would not succumb without the presence of one who carries the lineage of the legendary Achilles. In the heart of the city lay a revered artifact, a guardian that shielded its people from harm. Within the sacred walls of Athena's temple in Troy lay the revered Palladium. Odysseus, a man who had never wished to engage in the conflict, yearned for a swift resolution to the war. He vowed to uncover the answer to all those mischievous antics. Once upon a time, the king of Ithaca set sail in his ship, bound for the grand palace of King Lycomedes, the very place where Achilles was concealed among the king's daughters. He encountered a young man. In this tale, our protagonist faced the challenge of training against not one, but two formidable adversaries simultaneously. The seasoned warriors, despite their vast experience, found themselves unable to restrain the fervent young warrior. He was someone extraordinary. Once upon a time, there was a figure known as Pyrrhus, a name that resonated with the Greeks as Neptolomus, signifying the new warrior. In his veins flowed the essence of a legendary hero, the progenitor of the young warrior destined to unite with the noble princess Didamia. The princess experienced a haunting familiarity as she beheld Odysseus enlisting her son for battle, reminiscent of the time he had sought her cherished Achilles. With a solemn gesture, Odysseus entrusted the boy with the weapons and armor that belonged to his father, treasures he had kept safe all this time. He proclaimed that the fates of countless Greeks rested upon the shoulders of the young boy. With a heart full of resolve, Pyrrhus vowed that his father's noble sacrifice would not be forgotten. He chose to stand by Odysseus' side on the journey to Troy. In the midst of it all, a fresh ally had come forth to aid the Trojans. With a fierce determination, the warrior Eurypylus arrived accompanied by a new wave of troops dispatched by the allied cities to join the fray at Troy. As the shadows of uncertainty loomed, the Greeks found themselves faltering, their courage waning in the absence of champions to guide them against the advancing foe. They found themselves unprepared to harness that revitalized power. In an unexpected turn of events, the Trojans and their allies came to a sudden stop in their march forward. What they beheld was beyond their wildest imagination. It was as if Achilles had risen from the shadows of the past. Clad in his father's armor, Pyrrhus unleashed a resounding battle cry that echoed across the battlefield. The foes turned to escape, their hearts gripped by the terror of impending doom. Yet Eurypylus sought to halt their escape, proclaiming that they were running from a youth clad in his father's garments. Eurypylus stepped forward to confront Neoptolemus, who stood his ground without a moment's hesitation. The youthful Pyrrhus sprang forth to confront his foe. With a single, masterful strike, he delivered a fatal blow to Eurypylus. The onlookers to that moment were unequivocal in their certainty. In the grand tapestry of legends, Pyrrhus emerged as the illustrious offspring of the mighty Achilles. As Neoptolemus stepped onto the scene, a renewed spirit surged through the ranks of the Greek warriors. Once more, the Trojans took refuge behind their formidable walls. With a flourish, Pyrrhus stepped onto the battlefields that once echoed with the legacy of his late father, marking a glorious beginning to his own saga. With triumphant hearts, the Greeks hoisted a new champion upon their shoulders, reveling in the glory of their hard-won victory. The initial obstacle had been overcome. In that moment, Odysseus embarked on a quest to seek out the legendary weapons of Hercules. In the realm of Ithaca, the king held the knowledge of the last resting place of one of those treasures. Yet he was acutely aware that persuading its guardian to journey to the shores of Troy would be no simple task. Upon bringing Achilles' son to the fabled city of Troy, Odysseus found himself embarking on a mission that would lead him into a realm of profound humiliation. He set out on a quest to uncover the legendary weapons of Hercules, fully aware of their hidden location. On the island of Lemnos, there resided Philoctetes, the valiant warrior left behind nearly a decade ago, cursed by the wound of a serpent. A deep-seated loathing brewed within him for Odysseus, the one who had cast him aside, leaving him in solitude. Odysseus sought the hero's forgiveness, for Philoctetes held the legacy of Hercules' bow and the splendid arrows steeped in the blood of the Lernaean Hydra. Yet the abandoned champion would grant no mercy to the Greeks. With a dismissive gesture, he faced away from Odysseus, declaring his refusal to embark on the journey to Troy. After his mortal journey ended, Hercules ascended to the realm of the divine, where he whispered words of wisdom into Philoctetes' ear. He shared with him that the bow was bestowed upon him to guide him to Troy, where his fate would ultimately be realized. With Hercules' guiding hand, Odysseus journeyed to the shores of Troy, accompanied by Philoctetes and the legendary bow that held the power of the gods. The serpent coiled the cause of his forsaking still exuded a foul stench. Yet Philoctetes found himself in the hands of the finest healer among the Greeks, who worked wonders upon him. The once crippled hero, who had struggled to even place his foot upon the ground, found himself miraculously restored to full strength. Astonishment filled the air as the miracle unfolded before their eyes. In that fleeting instant, it felt as though the divine forces were smiling upon the Greeks. Once more, they readied themselves for an onslaught against the mighty walls of Troy. The guardians may have lacked strength, yet their fortified stance offered a remarkable edge. Aeneas stood resolute at the base of the wall, rallying the Trojans and their allies to thwart the Greeks' attempts to scale its heights. In the midst of the chaos, Paris took his position skillfully, directing the archers perched atop the wall, unleashing a rain of projectiles to shield Aeneas from harm. Neoptolemus was the very essence of his father's spirit. As the battle commenced, he had already claimed the lives of over 10 foes. Paris appeared to be caught in a moment of familiar enchantment. He sensed something stirring within him. If he could fell the formidable Achilles with his arrows, then surely he could also bring down his own son. With his divine bow in hand, Philoctetes stood resolute, refusing to let the cowardly Trojan prince claim another Greek hero as his victim. With a fierce determination, he aimed directly at the Trojan prince, who experienced a searing agony that surpassed any ordinary injury. In a moment of anguish, Paris found himself confronted by his brother, Deiphobus, the weight of their conflict heavy in the air. Yet they remained unaware that the arrow had been steeped in the venomous blood of the legendary Hydra of Lerna. Only a select few in the world held the secret to countering that deadly poison. Though the Trojans stood strong against the Greek onslaught, the prince, their noble heir, found himself fading away upon his bed, a tragic fate befalling the valiant. No healer from Troy could offer him solace. In the depths of his heart, Paris held dear the memory of Oinon, the enchanting nymph, to whom he had pledged his love long before the fateful encounter with Helen. She held the ancient wisdom of herbs, possessing the power to heal any affliction. Paris was borne upon a stretcher to the enchanting abode of the nymph nestled at the base of the majestic Mount Ida. The Trojan prince fell to Oinon's feet, pleading for aid, yet the passage of time and the weight of bitterness had forged a barrier around the nymph's heart. She urged the prince to find his redemption in Helen, the one he had selected to be his bride. With a heavy heart, Oinon turned away from the one she cherished most, unable to offer the help he so desperately needed. When the men bearing Paris finally made their way back to Troy, the prince's essence had already journeyed to the realm of the dead. In the shadows of her heart, Helen wept for the loss of Paris. In a fierce clash, Deiphobus and his brother Helenus engaged in battle, each vying for the honor of claiming the world's most beautiful woman as their bride. The flames consumed Paris's body. Upon the funeral pyre, a poignant farewell to a life once vibrant. Veiled from sight, the nymph Oinon beheld all that transpired. She was engulfed by a profound sorrow and an overwhelming sense of guilt for allowing her cherished Paris to fade away. In a moment filled with both passion and sorrow, the nymph leaped into the flames, embracing her beloved as they were consumed, turning to ashes together. With the fall of Paris, Helen found herself bound to wed Prince Deiphobus. A heavy sorrow weighed upon Helen's heart, and a sense of guilt enveloped her for the missteps of her past, which had resulted in the loss of countless lives and the source of deep despair. In this chapter of the conflict, the women of Troy cast their disdain upon Helen. In their gaze, she discerned a deep-seated disdain. She bore the weight of the kingdom of Troy's tragic fate upon her shoulders. Beyond the city's fortifications, Odysseus contemplated the means by which he might shatter the final foretold obstacle that stood in the way of conquering the stronghold. Had the city of Troy possessed the sacred Palladium of Athena within their walls, their fate would have been forever altered, and they would not have faced the impending doom. Yet the clever Odysseus crafted a scheme to infiltrate the city. He sought the assistance of his companion Diomedes. Diomedes struck and lashed out at Odysseus, treating him as though he were the most wretched of offenders. This trial was crucial to Odysseus's scheme. Odysseus donned a worn tunic and approached the gates of Troy seeking assistance. In a clever ruse, Odysseus, cloaked in disguise, wove a tale to the Trojans, presenting himself as a foreign merchant who had fallen into Greek hands while attempting to sneak supplies into the city of Troy. He recounted a harrowing tale of survival, where he faced relentless torment for days, yet found a glimmer of hope and managed to slip away under the cover of darkness. As Helen listened to that familiar voice, a sense of recognition washed over her, as if she had encountered him before. To dispel any uncertainty, she declared that her maids would attend to the visitor's needs. With gentle care, Helen's handmaidens bathed Odysseus, soothing his wounds and restoring his strength. As Odysseus donned the fresh garments presented to him, Helen graced his quarters with her presence. Upon gazing at the king of Ithaca, unadorned and free of his hood, she instantly recognized him. She urged Odysseus to hush, for she would keep the Trojans unaware of the spy, now hidden within their walls. In the end, her presence was merely that of a captive. Under the cloak of darkness, Odysseus crept silently to the sacred temple of Athena. Under the watchful gaze of the divine, the guard was enveloped in a deep slumber. With a heart full of cunning, Odysseus stepped into the sacred temple, where he deftly seized the palladium, the very shield that safeguarded the city. As he fled the burning ruins of Troy, shielded by the divine favor of Athena, he deftly dispatched the guards that obstructed his path, fulfilling the ancient prophecy of the palladium. With the palladium gleaming in their midst, the leaders of the Achaeans rallied their warriors, igniting a fervor that stirred the hearts of all as they readied themselves for the final fateful charge against the mighty city of Troy. Upon the ancient walls, the Trojan archers held their ground valiantly, fending off the relentless assault that sought to breach their defenses. Yet the clever Odysseus devised a masterful plan. The valiant Greek warriors moved forward, in unison, side by side, their shields held high against the impending clash. They resembled a magnificent turtle, grand and timeless. The Trojans unleashed their arrows, yet they found them futile against the steadfast formation of Odysseus as the soldiers pressed onward towards the gates. With fierce determination, they swung their axes against the gate, and in no time it crumbled before them. Yet there stood Aeneas at the Trojan gate, fervently beseeching the gods for aid to thwart the Greeks from claiming Troy on that fateful day. The Prince of Dardania found himself blessed by the divine forces above. With a surge of celestial strength, he heaved a massive stone block, sending it tumbling down from the wall's summit. The tremendous force of the block took the lives of nearly a dozen brave warriors and left many others wounded. Once more, the Greeks found themselves turned away. They escaped believing that the divine forces had decreed Troy should not succumb to the Achaeans' grasp. The Greek chiefs found themselves in a state of deep discouragement. The war had stretched on for a decade, and it felt as though all their toil and sacrifice had been for naught. Yet once more, Odysseus would unveil his brilliance, crafting one of the most renowned deceptions in the annals of time. In the stillness of the night, after a decade of relentless conflict, the vigilant sentries of Troy beheld a sudden brilliance, a multitude of flames illuminating the heavens above the Greek encampment. Amidst the swirling haze, great plumes of smoke ascended into the sky, heralding an event most peculiar. As dawn broke, the scouts summoned the Trojan nobles to witness the astonishing event that had unfolded. Once, the Greek camp stood bustling with life, but now it lay silent and forsaken. The Achaeans had departed. Yet, amidst the barren landscape, a colossal wooden horse emerged, commanding attention. The colossal horse was crafted from the remnants of Greek vessels abandoned by sailors who had met their fate in the throes of war. That monument was undoubtedly crafted for the divine. A Greek man was discovered, his back marked by lashes bound to a pole. He introduced himself as Sinon, sharing a tale of how he had been abandoned as an offering to the deities. In this manner, the Achaeans found a secure path to their homeland. Sinon found himself in the hot seat, questioned about the sudden departure of the Greeks after a grueling decade of siege. He recounted how the Greeks had incurred the wrath of the goddess Athena, their steadfast ally. She felt a profound sense of betrayal at the loss of the Palladium, a sacred relic housed within the goddess's temple in Troy. Thus, a terrible plague swept through the ranks of the Achaeans. In the absence of divine favor, the Achaeans came to the somber realization that their quest to conquer Troy was futile, leading them to make the difficult choice to turn back home. He proclaimed that the colossal steed was a tribute to the divine. Its form was magnificent, designed to thwart the Trojans from carrying it to Troy. Indeed, the divine beings would undoubtedly bestow their blessings upon the one who claimed that offering, and so a shadow of dread loomed over them, for with the divine favor resting upon the Trojans, the specter of Troy's wrath threatened to unleash a terrible vengeance upon the Greek city-states. In the grand halls of Troy, King Priam convened with his esteemed nobles and wise priests, deliberating the fate of the colossal wooden horse that loomed before them. Some wished to set it ablaze, yet such an act would surely provoke the wrath of the deities. Some preferred to let it remain undisturbed. Yet the allure of bearing that tribute to the deities in the temple square of Troy was simply too captivating to resist. Cassandra, the shunned priestess, implored the Trojans to set ablaze the accursed monument, for it held the power to bring about Troy's downfall. Yet again, she found herself overlooked, met with derision from those who dismissed her foresight of Troy's downfall in the war long before it came to pass. Unbeknownst to the unsuspecting Trojans, hidden within the wooden horse lay a multitude of Greek warriors poised for action. Among them were Odysseus, Menelaus, Diomedes Pyrrhus, and Appius, a masterful carpenter known for crafting the colossal horse. With great determination, the Trojans heaved the horse toward the city's gates. Amidst the echoes of history, the grand gate stood its formidable structure, now marred, allowing the magnificent horse to stride through with an air of majesty. In a secluded creek, the mighty Greek armada lay concealed, waiting for the perfect moment to emerge from the shadows. A multitude of soldiers stood poised eagerly, anticipating the signal to unleash their fury upon the enemy. In the heart of the temple square, within the mighty city of Troy, stood the magnificent wooden horse, a sentinel of intrigue, as a grand feast commenced. In the heart of the city, a jubilant celebration erupted, marking the triumphant victory over the Greeks after a grueling decade of conflict. The king swung wide the doors of the royal cellar, inviting the people to partake in the bounty of his entire stock of beverages. All gathered to revel in the splendor of that magnificent day, filled with joy and abundance. As the night deepened, the city embraced a hush. As the night draped its velvet cloak over the city of Troy, Its inhabitants lay in peaceful slumber, their hearts still echoing the joy of the day's grand festivities. In an unexpected twist, a trapdoor creaked open within the belly of the wooden horse. A multitude of warriors started to reveal themselves from their concealed refuge. With cunning and precision, the Greeks embarked on their covert mission to seize control of the city gates. In a twist of fate, the sentries found themselves caught off guard as the heroes stealthily breached the city's defenses from behind. At the pinnacle of the wall, a beacon blazed forth, calling to the countless warriors gathered beyond the fortress's embrace. The gates had fallen to the conquerors. With Agamemnon at the helm, the colossal Greek army surged forth, unleashing chaos upon the city and igniting a fierce and bloody conflict. Unarmed young men and women faced no mercy. The insatiable fury of the Achaeans appeared boundless. Brave Trojan, men despite lacking the finest weapons and armor, rallied together to halt the relentless march of the Greeks. Yet it appeared that Troy's destiny was already written in the stars. Nothing could stand in their way. In a climactic moment, the son of Achilles rallied his warriors for the decisive charge against the royal palace, the final bastion of Trojan defiance. As the sun began to set on the horizon, the final chapters of the Trojan War were unfolding. Upon breaching the walls of Troy, the Greeks unleashed a torrent of chaos and brutality. Ares, the deity of battle, reveled in the crimson streams that coursed through the city's veins. Within the grand halls of the royal palace, the Trojan nobility quaked with fear. They understood that the Greeks would show no mercy. A grim destiny loomed over the people of King Priam. Aeneas stood as a valiant defender, bravely pushing back the Achaeans and granting precious moments for countless Trojan souls to flee the besieged city. All hope of triumph for the Trojans had vanished into thin air. With a mighty force, the son of Achilles Odysseus, alongside Menelaus, shattered the entrance to the royal palace, while the goddess of victory graced their side. Menelaus felt a fierce fire within him as he embarked on the quest for Helen of Troy. His heart burned with an insatiable thirst for vengeance. Odysseus found himself in a fierce clash with the remnants of the royal guard, who, despite their dwindling numbers, stood resolute and defiant against his might. As Neoptolemus closed in on King Priam, within the sacred walls of the Temple of Zeus, the aged monarch lifted his sword, ready to face his fate one final time. The aged king, with his flowing white hair, remained unmoved as the son of Achilles drove his sword deep into the old man's belly. Menelaus discovered Helen within the confines of Prince Dephobus's chamber, her newly wedded spouse. The Spartan king longed to paint the chamber with the crimson essence of the couple's lifeblood. Deiphobus lifted his sword and charged at Menelaus, yet he was no match for the fierce warrior trained by Ares, who dispatched the prince with the ease of a butcher with a pig. Helen stood before the man she had once betrayed and left behind. Menelaus stood drenched in the blood of Deiphobus, his fury rising like a tempest, fierce and unyielding. The Queen of Sparta accepted her fate, for she understood that her path led to Hades. Yet the divine forces had not turned their backs on Helen of Troy. With a wave of her hand, the goddess Aphrodite summoned an enchanting aura to envelop Helen. This aura highlighted the vibrant beauty of the Spartan queen, nearly overwhelming Menelaus with its brilliance. With a heavy heart, Helen surrendered herself to the sharp edge of Menelaus's blade, seeking redemption for her past deeds. The son of Atreus found himself unable to fulfill his quest for vengeance, as his heart remained entwined with this woman. As she witnessed her husband's moment of weakness, Helen wrapped her arms around him, seeking his forgiveness and expressing her enduring love. In a moment, heavy with unspoken emotion, Menelaus relinquished his weapon, surrendering to the warm embrace of the woman he cherished deeply. A love so profound, it had ignited a conflict between two nations. The clash for the majestic palace had reached its conclusion. All the heirs of the Trojan nobility had met their end. All of King Priam's sons had met their fate. In a twist of fate, Queen Hecuba, the seer Cassandra, and the noble princess Andromache found themselves captured their destinies, now entwined with the whims of the Greek leaders who would decide their future as mere slaves. Yet the destiny of Astyanax's offspring, of the legendary hero Hector, remained shrouded in mystery. He stood as the final beacon of Priam's noble bloodline. With triumph in their grasp, the Greeks unleashed their fury upon Troy, reducing it to ashes and ruins. Aeneas, with determination in his heart, fled the city, bearing his aged father, Anchises, upon his back, while guiding his son, Asinius, alongside him. He embarked on a journey to faraway realms, igniting the spirit of a noble people who would come to be known as the Romans. As the fires consumed Troy, the goddesses Hera and Athena reveled in the sweet taste of vengeance they had long desired against the city. Agamemnon reveled in the bounty he had secured from the spoils of Troy. He also encountered Cassandra, a seer, whose warnings fell on deaf ears among the Trojans, ultimately guiding them toward a dreadful destiny. Yet a final, sorrowful, and harrowing moment brought the conflict to a close. Astyanax was wrenched away from the embrace of Andromache, whose heart shattered in sorrowful tears. From the heights of Troy's formidable walls, Neoptolemus cast the innocent child into the abyss, sealing their fate with a heartless throw. The Greeks reached a consensus the last heir of Priam's house could not be allowed to live. In the end, the child's veins pulsed with Hector's blood, and should he rise to possess the strength of his father, the vengeance he would unleash upon the Achaeans would be nothing short of devastating. After a decade of conflict, the valiant Greek heroes and their loyal companions made their way back to the land of Hellas. Amidst the countless wonders and riches, the journey back was fraught with challenges. Together, they battled valiantly for the pride of their homeland. For countless ages, the divine beings would ignite the imagination of poets and bards to recount the heroic acts of those valiant souls who laid down their lives at Troy. Those achievements transcended time, etching themselves into the fabric of legend.